Real.
All right, we're live. What's going on,
sketchy,
guys?
man.
Yeah, it's getting sketchy for sure.
It's
This
been
is the
sketchy.
9/11 special.
Yeah. We all have probably had that as a catalyst for the reason why we woke up. Some of
Yeah,
us further than others, later than others. I was probably about halfway, but nevertheless, we're all here, part of one another's journeys.
right.
Well, you know what's crazy is hearing, like, I was listening on the way back from work, I'm listening to KFI, and how they just really are spewing the narrative that I can't see anybody thinking that it's real. You know what I'm saying? Like how they penetrate our air defense. Are you kidding me? Just little easy questions like that. Like, and they're
Here's a question to you, Munder. Out of all these container ships, how many of those have a whole bunch of dead Asians in those containers?
you never
floating
know.
around?
Because
Right.
Oh, damn. Yo,
Like,
they're
a ton
dead.
of them.
All of
There's
them
a
are
whole
dead.
bunch of dead Changs on there.
Well, because they're almost dead even
Yeah.
from the first ship. These have been there for almost a month. Probably a month. The one that came in there today that finally got through with the Hyundai money.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of probably dead Asians on there.
Right. Tons of them.
I mean, they
like,
couldn't
not counting
survive,
smuggled. I'm talking about the smuggled ones too.
No, but I'm serious. Like the ones that are in the containers, they barely have enough food and water for that.
Yeah.
How long do it ships out, and they pack them in there too.
Right. For like 3 weeks. That's what you get. Good luck.
And then on top of that, you give it another month that they're packed in there. Yeah, they're gonna start dying, and every one of them. If you look up, oh, you know what? I should really screen share for this. Look at these containers, dude. All right, let me screen share this real quick. These things are huge, dude. Okay.
Yeah, I've been researching that Hanjin, man. Yeah, they say bankrupt.
All right. So let's do Hanjin. Ships. Sorry about this. I had some things I wanted to share tonight. Oh, I also wanted to oh no, okay, there you go. So it's not working. All right, so anyway, I'll just close some of these up here. We got the hurricane suit. These boats, no joke, these shipping, I didn't know this, but they cost millions of dollars. Just one of them, just to get unloaded and get the fuel and all this other stuff. And that's what they're debating. They've been in court for weeks, and these ships have just been sitting out in international waters on the coast of LA right here. Look at these, dude.
Do you want to
now?
Do you want to explain like why they're not being let in though?
Because
Well, basically,
the Hanjin company went bankrupt and can't pay their bills on the port. Can't pay it
and
to
now
get unloaded. Can't pay it to get
there's
the
creditors
fuel,
that are coming, but creditors aren't gonna. They don't have the equipment to unload this and do all the fuel and everything. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
There's billions of dollars on this thing, right? They're talking about it.
Said $14 billion.
Right, and that was just one section. It was like 32 billion in all, or something like that. Like I don't even know, like billions and billions of dollars, right? And dude, look at how tall these things are. Look how wide they are. So you're talking about, and then one of these could be filled with people, and
right.
They don't have any way out. If the captain and the ship and the people on the ship are losing their mind, these people, they're losing their life.
Right.
That's it.
Well, it's gonna be like a nightmare to unpack those boats.
Well, they got one in today. The one that, I mean, because like out at sea, you know what I'm saying? Like they're running out of fuel. If you're sitting there, they got something, like they got some extra fuel, but these are coming from China. So You know what I mean? There's only so much fuel, so they're burning away. You know, whatever the hell's going on. But they're talking about the people going crazy. They're running out of food and water, and they have nowhere to go. They can't come in, and they can't go back.
Right.
So
they can't afford gas.
yeah, you're gonna go back to China fully loaded? No.
Yeah. Nope.
And then the same thing happens with another port. You need to have a company give them millions of dollars because they have to refuel and unload, and this is all kinds of dock workers, and then you have to have the trucks come and load these up. So it's not like
I check the port of LA, the live feed. That's one of my favorites that I check every day. Right? Nothing every day, all day long. Nothing.
well, the thing that they were saying, dude, is that they're
The port of LA.
Right, that's Long Beach right here. They're stacking up. So so even if they get off the ship, they're having problems with and this is the thing about it seems like, you know, I was linking it to the Tianjin explosion. You know
Exactly.
You know who was affected with that Tianjin explosion?
These
Hanjin.
guys.
Yeah, it was these guys. That's what's crazy.
Right. They're like burn it down. Let's go. I'm out.
So we're starting to see the indicators, and what I thought before, you know, prior about, you know, them, you know, currency exchange and all this.
Right.
I don't know, because this is a very clever way of like disrupting the supply chain where we don't even get news from. You know how, you know what I'm saying? We don't get anything out of China. You can barely get it. It's so censored and stuff over there, and
I'm still pissed about that ICANN thing because now it's going to be all censored on October 1st.
you're starting to see it already unfold.
Right. They're just like, here you go. Suck it.
Well, they already did a test run with Turkey, man, and now you can see the extent to how bad they can censor these types of events. And what they had to do was change their region. They couldn't even go onto alternative media or anything like that. They had no idea what was going on.
And that's what's going on in the world right now. People don't think that shit's popping off. Shit is popping. They just aren't covering it on the media. Believe me.
Man.
Let's go to 9/11 here.
Yeah, like I said before, and we got people popping in. Deezer, Calvin, Illusion, Shatter Guitar. Good to see all you guys. It's been 15 years, and I think that was a catalyst for us waking up, at least partially. I mean, some of us figured out sooner than others, but it doesn't matter. We're all here. We're all part of one another's journey, and we're learning from one another.
You know, on the way home from work, I'm listening to KFI, and they're patterning this, like going, you know, this was on a bunch of different channels, but mainly I was listening to KFI. They go, you know, this was the start of racism and sexism and Islamophobia, and I'm like, what? Like, as if that didn't, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, as if that didn't exist before, and like this.
Yeah, it was prevalent, but the reason why they're putting it out in the mainstream media now is because it serves an agenda and driving everybody using their emotions, because that's what, you know, if they have one event that makes you feel a certain way, all they have to do is put a connotation in it, like Islam or LGBT, and it goes into everybody's minds and it becomes embedded. So when all these terms are brought up, people get brought to rage, they get brought to sadness, and that's what fuels their, you know, their non-critical thinking side. And when you take fear and anger, you might as well take all your common sense and throw it right out the window
and flush it down the toilet. Yeah, exactly.
Well, then also I think it's also fair to say that you know, the Twin Towers are on the intersection of ley lines, which are considered like portals, like interdimensional time portals. And when you create tragedy in those areas, basically you're creating a space where it constantly is projecting that energy, all of that pain and anger and stuff. And then they built the Freedom Tower like right next to it. So
and that Freedom Tower looks like a obelisk itself.
Yeah, exactly. So like this is all this is like all real magic, you know, like there's a reason why they even like built the Twin Towers on that specific spot in the first place. So I think that they do these things. Same thing with like the Lucifer telescope. It's like there's same reason why they went to court with the Native Americans to like be right there on that mountain. They're aware that there are specific places on the planet that gather up energy naturally, and when you do like emotional, physical damage in those spaces, the repercussions and ripples just constantly flows from that space, like always, until it's healed.
Hey, Maps, I consider myself kind of like a medicine man myself. Like those. I'm sorry, it's ADD out of me, but I got the natives out there in North Dakota, right? That's sovereign land. That's their land. The federal government can't touch that land. That's their land. You understand that, right?
Yeah, no.
They're like, how are they not?
They're straight up tearing up
dogs on them people. That's stupid.
I don't even think that it's like, you know, I don't think it's by mistake that they're plowing into all of these native burial grounds. It's like almost the same idea, right?
Right.
They're purposely destroying these spaces, these sacred spaces. They know exactly what they're doing. They're creating damage in the energy fields in order to like affect us on like these extra levels that we're not even aware of, or most people aren't aware of.
Yeah, they're causing calamity everywhere they turn. And it's just blatant now. One world trade.
Yeah, the whole thing was a big ritual, and it wasn't only to set in place this police state that we have and to set the precedent for the Iraq War. You know, I mean, there were a million different purposes for this, as well as the funneling of money. But it was a ritual that was talked about for decades in advance, and they were planning on it for much, much longer than they were actually talking about the actual event. You know, and people like Casey from Men in the Stars can talk about how they pretty much had it planned, embedded in everything, everywhere. You know, and there's always a link back to 9/11.
That my birthday is 1973. It just strikes me like not a coincidence.
Well, check this out, dude. This right here, these happened a year apart, and now that you know we're 15 years. Look at what happened 2 years ago. This was just a couple days ago. And, you know, people are saying it was because, you know, low humidity and things like this. But look at this, you know, like things like this, like, you know, they could use these weapons. They're going to use these weapons that they have for bad stuff. And like, you know, like the thing with the Pope. I always was wondering, like, I was like, damn, that's just so perfect how that worked out. You know what I'm saying? And they have lightning strike, a whole bunch of stuff. And I'm noticing that a lot more stuff, symbology, you know, where I'm going like, is that God or is that them using the shit? Like what's going on?
Totally.
You don't know what you know, what is being manufactured and what's real anymore. So this like weird light came out, and see this one right here? It's like weird light, like I don't know. It's just kind of weird.
Science fiction light.
Right, and you know, it's like it's just like this light was like right there, lined up. It wasn't anywhere else, and it was just kind of just strange. I don't know. And then you know, the year before was the rainbow, and there's always these weird things. And then the year that it got built, people were complaining that there was like this god awful like sound coming from it. Sound coming.
Like what, frequency? You sounded like a audible frequency or an audible?
No, it was audible.
I'm kidding.
It was when it was still being built. when it was still being built, and people were like, "Dude, there is some crazy sound." Here, I'm trying to go to all, because I don't want the images. But they were trying to say that. But if you listen, I don't want to play it, whatever. But yeah, it was a really spooky. Like it was like a kind of a howling kind of. If you listen to it, it kind of reminds me also of if you listen to Saturn, how it kind of has that shrieky like.
Yeah, I've heard of that. It sounds pretty horrible, but I mean, the case in point is that these bastards did this, and they're still trying to push their agenda. Now it's actually just starting to come out a little bit at a time, and a little bit of people at a time are starting to realize that, our own government and other neighboring governments that were allies had hands in this. And we have to hold these people accountable. We can't forget about it. People say, why do you care about what happened 15 years ago? Are you serious? How is that not relevant to what's going on?
Yeah, but they're starting to see that a lot more people are waking up, and I think they're about to put into effect. With the Hegelian dialectic, they know that we're gonna be begging for what we don't want, right?
They're waking.
So
Here's my thing. I think they're waking us up on purpose, to a certain extent, and you have your gatekeepers in place, your agents in place to prevent you from going to the next level, right? But they want everybody woken up so they can control them just a little bit, give them the push, because they know when they wake up, they're going to end up finding this one channel in particular. I'm name dropping here telepathically to you, James. And that person is going to send them in a certain direction, which I'm also telepathically hinting something at. And then when something happens, it's going to drive everybody towards something. And this big thing is going to happen. You're going to have this massive upheaval of unrest. And they're not going to need a false flag, because everybody is going to be so pissed off, man. You see where I'm going with this? And we don't have to be doing anything.
Are looking for the
we
false
could be
flag.
going
They are the
peaceably
false flag
with good intentions. We could be going there peaceably with good intentions, and they bring in their agent provocateurs. It's game over, man. Martial law could happen, and they blame it on us.
Yeah.
You see how that works?
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to go down.
Well, did you see Hillary talking about? They're totally patterning it in the media. They're one side is demonizing the other side, and that's normal for politics and especially presidential, years and stuff like that. But I've never seen it the way it is now, ever. Like Hillary Clinton came out this morning and was like,
called us a basket of what was the word?
Deplorables.
Deplorables.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, that's right. I saw that on Fox today. Yeah.
I'm like, thanks a lot. You got my vote. That's how you get them.
Yeah. Well, see. Now the thing is, all this stuff was going on. You had Pence talking about bringing his tax returns back. All of this is in tribute to Trump, because it was 88 days away from his birthday. His name Trump is 88 in gematria. All right, that's why you're seeing all this with Clinton and Trump happening. Yesterday, the 10th, but it's now the 11th, but the 10th was 88 days from Trump's birthday, which was Flag Day, in which I might add the Baltimore 911 service went down on Flag Day. Now, the significance of it going down in Baltimore is the area code for Baltimore is 410. Queens in gematria is 410. He's from Queens. So there's the tie-in.
And then it's like a 401 server. No page here. You got the reverse of it.
Oh, yeah.
404?
Oh, 404. Okay, that's right. But that's still 404. That's 88, right? No, okay, 88.
Make sure basket of deplorables.
Yeah, what's 88 days from the end of the year? What's the reverse?
I got you. Hold on, man. Y'all carry on.
I bet you it's election day.
When you know it.
Well, did you guys see this?
Everybody turn out. Everybody vote. Because your vote counts.
So I got this muted, but there's this thing, which is just kind of creepy, and there's just a lot of effort went into this, and it ends on the 14th, September 14th, and they're saying that this hurricane is going to touch down on the 14th also, and I don't know. It's just kind of blatant. You got this this beast, and they also did that, you know, the AccuWeather projecting the, you know, whatever, and then you have this guy crossing out the Declaration and all the Masonic crap and everything through here, and then if you try to trace it, it comes back nil, and then you up here you got, you know, the weaving spiders. Oh yeah. Bernie, say what your thing was about weaving spiders come not here. That was really interesting.
Well, the weaving spiders, I don't think they were talking about keeping your business deals within the grove. I think that's a bunch of BS. Because from what I was showing you, you know what I was talking about and alluding to it, the weaving spider. Let me pull it up and I'll show you guys in a minute.
Yeah, check this out.
Hold on. I did this Facebook thing. It said I was Spider-Man. I was like, no, I ain't. And then, just like just now, the spider crawled up my sleeve, and I killed it. What's up with them spiders? It's like in one of the Matrix moments.
Total manifestation, man.
You're like, yeah, you're like.
I just killed it on my sleeve.
What else you got up your sleeve, man? What else you got up your sleeve?
I'm taking notes. Hold on. I'm fixing to tell you.
Spiders
Okay.
are good sign, good sign.
Well, spiders also indicate exactly what's going on right now. Like this web of conversation that we currently have, you know, with 5 people in, right? You know, this is the web we spread, you know.
Let me screen share real quick. I'm gonna present
Yeah, I'm off, right?
everyone here. Yeah, I'll give it back to you.
Oh,
This
cool.
is the orb. Yeah, it's the orb weaver spider. They're a member of the spider family. Aranidia. They're most common. Guess where? South of the equator, mostly. If you look at their genus, they're mostly only prevalent south of the equator, but they come from this family of spiders, Nephilidae. Orb weavers, Nephilidae. Does that sound like anything to you? Okay, yeah. That's what I'm saying. That now take that and break it up. Okay. Now, when they're talking about the weaving spider, with the word that you have here, Nephilidae,
Oh, wow.
like this Nephilim. Okay, they're not talking about
like a singular.
Yeah, singular.
Plural.
Yes, singular. Yes, and Nephilim would be the plural.
Right. Okay. Right on.
And I was talking to James about how they had giants in Numbers 13, and I haven't heard it talked about much, but the Israelites did encounter the sons of Anak is what they were mentioned as, and Anak bears a striking resemblance to Anunnaki, or you could call them the sons of the Anunnaki.
Right. Oh, you're not gonna go to that?
Do you want me to?
Yeah.
All right,
do that.
Let me bring up the link, and I'll come back with that.
All right, cool. Yeah, because I wasn't really aware of that when he was bringing it up. I was like, wait, whoa, like because
I studied like when I was studying like Greek and Latin. I lived over in Germany. I picked up a little bit of this, and this breakdown is exactly what I remember. You're gonna help us.
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
and
sure.
And they get into a lot of the genealogy within the Bible, and when I read it, I sometimes just kind of skip ahead with those. Those are really important.
Do any of you guys have like a handy Strong's Concordance that you could go to real quick if I have a word?
I'm on it. I'll do the wiki.
Because I want to see what Anak, A-N-A-K, comes up to in the Strong's Concordance. I want to see the Greek equivalent of that word. All right, I'm going to screen share it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Now, I know a lot of you guys that are listening, you've heard about Genesis, you've heard about the giants, you've heard the other parallels in other cultures, about the giants or the shining ones, whatever it may be. But in Numbers 13, they actually talk about another instance where that they're not really the Nephilim, but they're called the sons of Anak, and they were the sons of the giants, but they were still giant. And to give you a scope as to how big they were, the Canaanites said that they were as grasshoppers in their sight. So that kind of gives you a scale of how big these creatures were. So here he's sending them down to scope out for land that they can camp in. And this just goes down the different tribes and all the members. So here, see the land, what it is, and the people that dwelleth therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many, because when you're going into a village, you want to see what different kinds of things you're going to run into, strengths and weaknesses, what the land is, whether it be good or bad, what cities, whether it be tents or in strongholds, what the land is. So they go up to this place, Zoan, which is basically a place called Tanis now. Modern day equivalent being Tanis. So they came up to this place, and they went to the congregation. They said, we came to the land that you told us to, and it flowed with milk and honey and all this, and it had good stuff. But nevertheless, the people were strong that dwelled in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there.
Right.
All right. Now we'll go up a little bit more. Okay. And but the man that went up with him said, we be not able to go up against these, for they are stronger than us. And they brought up an evil report, bad news of the land that they searched upon, saying the land, even though it's good, it's a land that eats up the inhabitants thereof. So if you go into this land, you're not going to survive.
And all the people that we saw in it are men of great stature.
And now they're talking about the children of Anak. And keep in mind the number here, 33, 1333. And we saw the giants, the sons of Anak. So this, not only does it kind of continue with that, analogy, parallel, but it also goes into the giants even more, saying that they had a bloodline and they did survive quite a bit after, at least in this version of the story. And you have these giants, the sons of Anak, which is very, sounds very similar to Anunnaki, but you see the sons of Anak. So it doesn't say the sons of the Nephilim, or it doesn't say sons of Cain or anything that would give us a hint, but it says the sons of Anak.
Well, Anak, okay, the Nephilim was a more broad term for all the families that were of basically the giants, right? And then you have Anak, the children of Anak, that was a single family. Was that not right?
That's not how I understand it.
How do you understand it?
I think it was. Well, go ahead.
Well, from what I understand, like, we are like the sons and children. Like there's the demigods, which are like the direct descendants to like these, and so they're the giants, right? The giants are the demigods, right?
Yes.
And then we're the sons of those, like the separate. That's why we're smaller and all this other shit. And then that's where the two bloodlines sort of separate at that point. So for instance, like New World Order, all these people, they consider themselves of the bloodlines of the giants. Like, from what I understand, that's what the difference between Atlantis and Lemuria is that like people in Atlantis were the giants and like all these other people and all these alien race species, and then we were the like final creation out of all of these things, and that we separated ourselves, and that we went to like Lemuria. That's from the understanding and research that I've done.
Cool. So, I mean, you could also call them the Shining Ones. There's a lot of different names for them. I don't know what it would be in the Sumerian or anything like that. I know a lot of people have these good parallels.
Look at what Aaron's showing. Oh, Aaron, can you put that back, bro? I was reading that. So Anak.
Take it away, Aaron.
Probably from the unused root, meaning to be narrow, according to most a plumb line, and to others a hook, plumb line. That's okay. And Anaki, phonetically from 6061, an Anakai or descendant of Anak, Anakim. So there were different lines, right? So like that's when they refer to the 13, they're referring to the 13 like bloodlines that come from the
right.
Okay.
You know, you look, when I was in the Balkans, I was over in Bosnia for a year, and you look at these people's eyes, and they're eyes that you have never seen before in your life. And they live in the mountains. Like, so I'm in northern Greece, I'm in Bosnia, I'm in Kosovo, right? And I'm seeing all of this, and it's all these mountains, and these people, some of these women are beautiful, you know? And they got these eyes that look like marbles, you know? And they all speak Greek. And they're just like these beautiful eyes, and it's like the bloodline that's just up in these mountains. And there's a reason why there was a huge civil war up there, is because of these bloodlines, you know, and these like revenge murders and these gangsters, and it was like the civil war, all because of these bloodlines.
Wait, so Aaron, is Enoch a family? It's one person?
I think it's a bloodline. Enoch is a bloodline of one person.
Well, doesn't it say the these are the we just read that a minute ago? Someone was reading that. He was saying that's the these are the children of Enoch.
Right.
I mean, so Enoch is, I understood it to be one of the Nephilim, who was bore of an angel, a fallen angel, and a woman. So then you have all of Enoch's offspring, which is
right. Go back to that what you just were showing. It shows Enoch as one single. Look, Enoch. This is a fallen angel. So this is one of the 13 bloodlines, or 12, is it? One of the 13? So there's 13 different lines of the fallen. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
That I'm not sure of that one.
Not sure.
Bernie Trump.
Yes, sir.
Is there 13 distinctive bloodlines within the Nephilim?
Within the Nephilim? That
Right,
I don't know. That I do not know. It's a fantastic question. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. Travis was talking about Anu, and how Anu is the supreme deity of the Babylonian pantheon, which is absolutely correct. That is, you know, you have these different etymologies: Anunnaki, Anu. You also have Anu being the basically the god of the dead in the Egyptian.
We're just trying to get a definitive answer here.
Do you think that has anything to do with the 13 tribes?
Well, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Those are the parallels. See, there's so many different parallels throughout all different cultures. You have the 13 tribes, you know, and you could go on, but yeah, for
So
sure.
what do you think is the point of mentioning these 13 groups, like whether they're tribes or bloodlines?
12 around one. 12 around one. The Zodiac, Islam, disciples.
Right.
Notes in
isn't there? I was always taught there was 12 tribes, but there's a 13th tribe, and then like just like the Zodiac and just like that stuff, there's a hidden one. What is that hidden one?
I bet you money that's where those extra months came from, because the Romans didn't have January and February, so they had to put those numbers in there somewhere to pad the books, you know, so they could perpetuate a lie for this long. Change it from the Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar just so they could do all this.
Well, some people were saying, as far as history is concerned, they were padding history with different ages and things, that they were combining the same like culture and same years, and they were giving them different names and things and calling it like the Dark Ages and this and that and this, and that's how they were able to pad also history and stuff like that. When you look into history, like they have the same names and same thing for the different names and all this other stuff, but it's the same story.
Like, I bet Enoch is like the children of Abraham.
Right.
You know, for like the Judeo-Christians. There's Enoch.
Well, we'd have to go down the bloodline. Is there any way to actually go through that? Did anybody actually go into the Strongs? Because I want to see Enoch in the Strongs.
Aaron's trying to find it, but we haven't got a definitive yet. Do we have a definitive?
Do you have it in Greek? Like, show me the actual Greek text with the Greek letters.
I just was so I just want to know if there's 13 of them, or how many of them are there?
Yes, Coptic Christians. Yes, that's what they were referring to, Calvin. That was just a big ritual, my man. They were all wearing orange 33 suit. That when they did that, I believe it was 21, right? I believe it was 21, 7 plus 7 plus 7 when they did the whole Coptic Christians thing, but it was a big ritual. I'm trying to find the Strong's Concordance of this. I'm really interested to see a knock.
And it's kind of funny that you put it into Google and there's not just a definitive. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on now.
There is nothing definitive. Not that I can find yet, but I'm trying. I don't have a big concordance in front of me. Like, you know, I wish I had a physical one, but I don't.
Well, and also, you know, this was written in the Middle East, and we put a Western thought on it. You know, the Bible is it's like an onion. There's so many layers and so many things.
It's an enigmatic onion for sure, man. Very enigmatic. Now it is H6061. The same as H6060.
What are you looking for right now?
Progenitor of a family or tribe of the giant people in Canaan. They're talking about the giant people, and that's exactly what this concordance is mentioning. Canaan.
Like the where they're saying the Palestine thing with the Wikipedia where I was reading. That like them, so they're bigger than everybody else, and that's what David and Goliath is all about, taking the bigger person down.
So the wheat and the tares, there was an equal amount on both sides? That's what I really want to know. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have the lineage of the tribes of Israel, right? Yeah. There was the 12 tribes, right? And then is there some...
And then the lost tribes.
And then the lost tribes, like Dan and I don't know, name some more.
I can't even think of them.
So, well, yeah, and basically you're right, Maps, these people that are quote unquote New World Order type, you know, whatever, they do believe, and they believe that they are from the lineage of the fallen ones, and they also don't even believe that they're in the same. They're a different species than us. That's really what they think. They think they're so more advanced and this and that they're in a whole.
I mean, and to a certain extent, they might not be totally wrong with all the interbreeding that they've done. Like, there's a reason why they keep on doing it, right? So there's a reason why there's a bloodline, right? So if they keep on interbreeding with themselves, they're trying to like maintain whatever drops they have left that allow them to even state that. I feel like they've done their own research to a certain extent, and what is it, like Prince, the prince that's around now, like the first in line, the older one, he's like related to Vlad the Impaler and shit like that. These aren't by accident. It's also the same guy that hopes he comes back as a virus so he can help with the
that guy, he's my favorite.
Yeah.
They're talking about Dr. Eric Bianca.
He's like, I want to come back as a virus.
No, he's the royal prince. He's the one that's directly under the queen.
Oh yeah,
Prince
there are
Phillips?
there are quite a lot of people that want to come back as a virus. It's really scratchy. Yes, he is related to Vlad the Impaler. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like a weird thing that happened, like I want to say in the 60s, or it kind of came out, it patterned itself then, that there was a real mindset of overpopulation and what they're going to do about it. It was like a real did you bring out that thing that was the owner of that organic place, the organic food pill shop or whatever it was, and how he was like really into depopulation and all that stuff?
That's a current issue right now.
Right.
Who are you talking about, though?
It was I forget the name of the thing, but he was a real big. Him and his wife, like back in like I want to say like I don't know 40s or 50s or something, they started up like a health food kind of store or like health food type of outfit, and then it grew into some like big thing. Like in the 80s, right? 80s or 90s, he was like interviewed and all this stuff, and how he was like super into depopulation and what are we going to do and how they're going to do stuff. And I feel like there was a lot of that going on. Like, and he was talking about all kinds of things that they could do, like just like Bill Gates. Like if we're real good with the shots and this and that, there's a real crazy mindset that's going on. And they don't like what's that rich dude that eats ice cream?
That eats ice cream?
Yeah, he eats ice cream cones. He's like the old man, Warren Buffett.
Oh, that guy. Yeah,
Right.
Yeah, and he says, Warren Buffett, and there's the other guy. No, Ted Turner. Ted Turner's another one of those guys.
Yeah, wants everybody dead.
He wants everybody dead.
Georgia Godstones, and that lines up with that story.
Right. He even said, like, he's openly said this. I mean, everybody could research Ted Turner, but they were asking him. They go, well, you got like 4 kids or whatever you got, or 8 kids or something like that.
There go the maybes out there.
And he's like, yeah, and he was blatantly saying like, well, I'm not in that class. So they're basically saying we want everybody dead, just not us.
Right.
That's really what they're saying.
Talk about drawing the line.
But I mean, this is like a prevailing mindset that's within this, it's one of the deep threads that's within this, quote unquote New World Order or whatever. It's really prevailing.
I can't believe what a sellout the Pope has become. I was like, wow, he's really just selling it out. Because I got these people I work with down here by the border. They're all like Catholics everywhere you go. And I speak fluent Spanish, so like I get along with all of them, and their lives have changed since this new Pope has started. Like just boom, boom, boom. Like he's hitting boxes, he's checking boxes. He ain't got time to be silent about an issue. He's just moving along, moving an agenda. And these Catholics down here, I've never seen anything like it before.
Yeah, he definitely can see his agendas. It's like he's not even speaking. He's speaking against Scripture. You know what I'm saying? He's not even with it. It's like you could definitely and see. This is what I was talking about with the lightning strikes. And this was like as the popes were deciding they have a ritual where they go in, right, and they burn up through the Pope chimney, right. And the people like gather and they come to a conclusion today. And if the smoke is white, they haven't came to a conclusion. But then if the smoke is black, they've reached a conclusion. And during that, while they're all like in this place confined until they come out with a decision, this lightning struck, and it was like a real big thing,
Right. Like he was delivering some bad news.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like a haunted house episode.
And I mean, talk about a haunted house. This dude was scary. This is the dude that was prior to that. I thought popes were for life.
I thought, right. And he's like, nope, I'm quitting. See y'all later.
Yeah, exactly. And there's all kinds of Jesuit.
Out in the mountains, out in the Swiss Alps.
Well, there's all kinds of Jesuit infiltration with poisonings and weird things. You know that. You know this dude. You can just look at him, dude. This guy
might be running.
This guy is a Jesuit hardcore.
He's God's Marines, man. That's what the Jesuits do. They're God's Marines.
But they're not supposed to be. They're a different sect. They're not supposed to be running as Pope. They're like, have you seen the Jesuit? Look at the Jesuit contract, dude. Look at this thing.
They're like, remember the poor. Like, that's it. That's your parting words. Remember the poor. When the new Pope, came on board, I was like, wow, thanks, man.
Said that.
The Pope, like they said, like right when they elected him, and he accepted it, right? The last words to him were, remember the poor. And I was like, oh, damn. I was like, something's about to happen with this guy.
Yeah, check this out, dude. This is crazy. So people are like, what's the big deal? Like, it's an army for Jesus. Nah. It's not very Christian.
It's the army for the Pope.
Yeah, exactly. It's not Jesus. It's not very Christian, if you ask me.
Damn right.
Look at this thing. I, and then fill in your name, now in the presence of Almighty God, the blessed apostles, Peter and Paul, and all the saints, sacred hosts of heaven, and to you, my ghostly father, the Spirit General of the Society of Jesus, founded by St. Ignace Loyola in the pontification of Paul and the Third, and continued to the present, do by the womb of the Virgin, oh my God, the matrix of God, and the rod of Jesus Christ, declare and swear that His Holiness, the Pope, is Christ's vice regent, and
his right hand man.
Yeah, and the true. Okay, so it goes on. He hath the power to dispose heretical kings, princesses, states, commonwealths, and governments, all being illegal without his sacred confirmation, and that they may be safely destroyed. What? Are you serious?
Got their blessing. Go ahead and hit them.
And I do further declare that I will help and assist and advise on all of His Holiness. Okay, hold on. It goes down here. Pretend power is legal, and otherwise I do. Okay, where does it go into what happens when they? I don't want to read the whole thing, but you should look this up. But if you don't, basically give them okay to basically to cut out your tongue. Burn your bowels, right here.
Thank you, Aaron. Good night, man.
Yeah, man.
Hang, that I will hang, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive these infamous Lucretes, rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women, and crush their infants' heads against the wall. I actually had a dream with that. That's crazy.
The worst kind of people.
In order to annihilate forever their insatiable race. That's a Jesuit contract. They all got to sign that thing. You know what I'm saying?
Sweetheart. He's a ball buster.
Crazy.
All right, guys. CNN saying there's a terrorist attack in a suburb of Sydney, Australia. So there's happy 9/11.
Happy 9/11.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Hey,
CNN's claiming of course it's scripted bullshit, but a man stabbed in suburb of Sydney in what Australian officials call a terrorist act. So they already know it was a terrorist act, even though the man was just stabbed.
Right.
No, what is that?
Yeah, maybe it's just how it begins.
I don't know how you can determine something a terrorist act if he was stabbed so quick.
Bernie, I haven't heard from Paul Panda lately. And he's usually hanging, dude. Where the hell's he at?
That's true, man. Paul Panda's usually up in here. But
24/7, man. That's how he starts his day.
That's true. That's true. We got Illusion Shattered up here. Days of Noah. What's up, brother? We got MN. What's up, MN? Calvin. Travis. Good to see all you guys. Always. I'm trying to get Periscope up here on my PC. Yeah, I for those who didn't know, or if anybody's in the Baltimore area and they want to join me, come meet me up tomorrow on the 12th at the Convention Center in Baltimore. Is going to be a speech and a rally. Going to try to cover it there, see some things. It's safer to travel with people, so let me know if you can make it and meet me up at the Convention Center. All right,
Man.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I had to say.
All right, man.
What kind of rally is it going to be?
So,
It's Trump's going to be speaking at the Convention Center, so
Oh,
it's
okay.
yeah, you can imagine the kind of chaos that's going to be going on around that, and want to try to
keep your eye on
document
that
it.
airport, because Trump's got
What's
to get off
going
that plane.
Yeah, and there's gonna be BLM there.
Oh,
Right.
of course. And then when they see that I'm the person that's streaming, you know, they'll be, oh, look, it's Eric's friend. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, definitely.
You know,
Don't go alone. Don't go alone.
Yeah. Because they're going to be following you.
I know they will, but if they're not going to shove a sign in my face, I'm going to shred it up.
I know, dude. Don't even let them, dude.
Yeah, don't. Dude, you just talked about them provocateuring. So, you see what I'm saying? Don't do anything. You know what I mean? Like, you already know that they might try that. So,
Yeah, they're going to start something regardless of whether I'm there or not, man. You know what I mean? But if they're going to start something, at least I can prove that they're the ones that started it. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. No doubt. You'll have it on record.
Don't go down that line, dude. Don't go down that line.
Now, if something happens at that Trump rally, man, I'm not going to be able to live with
yourself,
myself
dude.
knowing that I could have been there and
America.
documented that they were the ones that started it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because they're going to try to pull some shit. You got to make sure everybody sees it.
Right.
And if
Exactly.
it's not, you got to make sure everybody sees that. Make sure that, you know, that they don't try to, like, lie about something.
When it comes to healthcare.
Sorry, guys.
All right.
You're
Guitar,
live streaming from there, right?
yeah, I'm live streaming. Guitar said he's
Hey, we got
in.
40 people. God bless you
Guitar,
guys.
thank you so much for that, man. I can't wait to meet up with you. Appreciate that much more than I can express to you. I will express it tomorrow. We'll get it popping. I'm trying to get Periscope up here. Too well, if I can get the work on the PC, it'd be great. But all right.
I was watching.
Yeah.
I was watching this thing earlier today on PBS. I think it was on Nova, and it was just like it was called 15 Years of Terror. And then,
Right.
and
Remember
they
that one show?
were just covering like everything that's happened since 9/11, and a decent amount. I mean, it was only an hour program, but I would say like half of the program was pretty much about how they are in this whole pre-crime mindset. They talked
Yep.
about pre-crime a lot. And that was something I was going to mention to you guys. But then also, as I was thinking about that, Bernie Trump was talking about CNN, and I went on to CNN's page. And what do I see is Walt Disney World is now requiring young children to have their fingers scanned to enter the Magic Kingdom and its other theme parks.
They want the biometrics of all these kids.
Yeah,
They got to start them young. Got to start them young. Everybody knows that.
They're scanning all the children between the ages of 3 and 9.
Wow, those poor babies, man.
Dude, so fucked up, man.
I know, man.
Well, that doesn't sound right. Like, what do you mean you're just doing it from 3 to 9?
I know, right? Exactly. Okay, so this is what the article says. It says
That's the generation they want. They don't want nothing else.
they say that they're worried about the ticket being reused, or okay, let me see. It says Disney touts its ticket tag program as a way to prevent people from fraudulently using or sharing tickets, which can cost as much as $124 a day depending on the season. According to Walt Disney World website, the system scans the finger and converts the image into a unique numerical value that is tied to the ticket when it's used to re-enter or visit another park.
What's the software they're saying they're using? Do they mention it?
Let me see. Let me
Oh.
scroll down.
I think it was one of these Israeli ones.
Well, most likely, just like the what was it that they sabotaged their own communication satellite with that Facebook was going to use?
Listen
Yeah.
to parents who do not want to have their children's fingers scanned can have their fingers scanned instead.
There you go, Mom and Dad. Line up.
You're talking about the SpaceX.
Gotta come to Disneyland.
Dude, no, it doesn't. It doesn't mention the software at all.
Well, in China, did you hear that? China was
but
furious.
that makes it super shady. Yeah, now because we don't know what kind of intelligence they're using on this, and they could have that tied to all kind of other stuff. Not to mention the child ID. People go and buy their children IDs that have their biometrics on it. They have RFID chips in them. Also it can protect your child. But if you're with your child, what do you need the card for? You know what I mean?
Yeah, and this is just like, day passes. It's not like, like, what the fuck? Like, seriously, it's just Disney.
Right.
Like,
You're waiting in line, chill out.
It's not like a bank account or something you're going to use all the time. No, it's like these kids are just going for like
they do have Disney. They do have like a Disney account. Like when you go, they are doing this thing. They've been doing this for a while where you put in money and then go around and you could, I don't know if it's got to the point where you could use your fingerprints yet, but they basically have these bands that they wear and they could scan them so they don't have to, they say it's like, really, really convenient and this and that. All you have to do is put money into this account and do all this stuff. And then you can walk around and just get scanned. And it's like paying for it wasn't that big of a deal. Like, but see how they're rolling it out. They're getting the kids used to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, especially with these age perimeters of 3 and 9. I mean,
that sends that flag up right away.
Oh fuck yeah, it does. Oh my god.
Yeah, we know exactly the demographic we need to get our hands on.
Bad news bears all day.
Speaking of knowing the demographic, tonight I was doing a thing where you basically go and they do like it's a focus group, and it was on cars. It was really lame, but at the very end I go to the exit interview, and I sit. They're like, okay, just one more thing, and they give me these 2 sheets, and they're like, okay, and then we'll pay you after this, and then I sit down, and I'm like, and I'm ready to get out of there by this time. I've been there for hours, and I start just doing it, and they're like starting to ask questions like, my America, like like this is, I believe America, a good kid should only be raised like with religion or something like that. And then the next one, and then it started getting gnarlier and gnarlier to where it was like, I believe liberals are the cause of, and I was like, the biggest red flag popped up, and I was like, what does this have to do with cars? It was nothing to do with cars, and it was just like, I don't know. I was just like, that is really weird.
Yeah, well, it sounds like the classic bait and switch, right?
Well, but anybody can pay these companies to do like things, and what they do is, I've worked at one of these. You could get like, say a company like pays like some GM or something or whatever to get these stats, and then say some other money came from POTUS or the government somewhere, and they're just like, here, we're going to give you this, and then slip these 2 sheets into every group, or whatever, or here's the demographics we want for, you know what I'm saying? Because they had nothing. And then I was like, wait, I don't even want to, I don't know which way to answer. I don't know you don't know who's counting this information. You don't know where this is going. So I just drew a line, and I was like, all right, there you go. And the girl looked at it, and she was like, okay. And I was like, yeah, I'm not really answering all that. It was sketchy. Because it was really personal, you know what I'm saying? It was like just really like out of place.
Well, yeah, totally. It's a little too much. Huh. I'm watching the craziest thing right now. I'm watching these videos of these Japanese like buses that they're building that like go over cars.
Maybe those will be self-driving and drive themselves off a cliff or something. That'd be terrible.
No, they're just like on their own tracks, but they have like an elevated space so that cars can like drive
I
under
mean, that's
the
wholesale,
bus.
man. That's just wholesale. Drive them off.
It's just interesting.
That's crazy, though. I mean, you got to build in a town with density like that. You got to build up. That's the only way to do it. Everybody
Yeah,
knows that.
yeah, totally. Yeah, I'm also like not into this idea of like, I mean, they're getting everybody in the cities for like a reason, and they push this idea of scarcity on people so that they have to feel like, oh, you know, there's nowhere else to be, might as well be in the city. I just know when I'm flying across the country and stuff, like all I see is tons of areas where people just like don't live. There's so much space out there.
Right.
It's
So much
ridiculous.
space.
Anybody know if you can get Periscope to work on Windows?
I've never got it to work on Windows ever, and I've tried so many times and been pissed off about it.
I mean, if I go to a certain channel, I can see all their streams, but I can't get that. I want to get that globe up where I can zoom into a location.
Right. There's got to be something
Per-
popping. Hey, why are we listening to the? I'm gonna pull up the scanner real quick. I'm gonna go mute. Pull up the downtown scanner.
Periscope map live. All right, there we go. There we go. I don't think this is officially from Periscope, but I'm gonna try it. Let's see what we got.
Are you going to be periscoping from your phone?
No, I'm
Can't you just
looking.
download it?
I'm trying to see if anybody's streaming in Sydney. Like CNN claimed there was some terrorist
Oh, I
attack
thought-
with somebody's dad, and they already automatically know it was a terrorist attack. I don't see any streams going on in Sydney
You
at
mean
the
you don't
moment.
see any streams going on for a guy getting stabbed? That's crazy.
I see nothing, man. Maybe somebody else can see it, but I'm not seeing it here. Not on this app, at least. I see things, other things in Australia going on at the moment, but not now. Not in Sydney. But no, I mean, when I stream, I'll probably do it through YouTube because I don't really have a Periscope audience, maybe like 10 people at the most. So, you want to get it out there.
Somebody in the chat was asking what Periscope was. It's like you can go to it and check, like, you know, when the LA thing popped off, we went to Periscope and we could see the people before they used the frequency, you know, block for everybody's phone, you know, to get footage out of there.
Yeah, basically what happens is it takes you to a map, right? And you can get this for your phone. It's linked in through Twitter. For most people, they use it through Twitter, but you don't have to. But basically what it does is you can stream yourself and you can have other people join in real time and comment with you and and you can kind of share ideas or, you know, just get the info out basically. But what it's good for is looking at the map, and you can zoom in, and it's a fantastic feature. Say if you wanted to see what's going on, like right now in Sydney, you can zoom in, you can see all the live streams that are going on there right now. You can click on it, and it'll take you to that location live. So it's basically like a map for everybody that's going live around the world.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, can you get stuff out of China?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good this map is because it seems like it's third party. I mean, I do have Periscope on my phone, but I can't screen share my phone.
Right.
I can look for you though. I will certainly check it out, man. I'm on it.
Yeah, who you rolling? You're definitely going with somebody tomorrow, right?
Yeah. Guitar's gonna meet me up. He's in the Baltimore-ish area too, so yeah, that's somebody we've talked to before, James, off air. So I'm fairly comfortable with him. So,
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just getting a little dark, and just for everybody to know, it's kind of like these waves, right? And these waves are getting, you know, a little bit more big each time, and a little bit more dark, and a little bit more spooky. And you know.
Well, hey, I'll tell you this. So far, the scanner for Times Square, nothing. Normal, quiet. I mean, not quiet, but normal. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, and it just seems like Australia just patterning something. You know, it was probably just a random stabbing, and they're patterning it as, you know, some terrorist attacks. You know, right, an hour after it turns.
Yeah, a 9/11 propaganda, man. That's all it
Oh
is.
my God, was it at 9/11?
No, it was on 9/11. Like the date.
No, but I'm saying it's 9/11 right now. Okay, it's 10/11, but I was thinking, no, okay, but a different part of the world. It just
9/11. So yeah, that's a very good question.
Where did it just turn 9/11? How can we find that out? Where did it just turn 9/11?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. I'm not sure how the time zones work, but I mean, I can go down. I'm seeing a little bit if I go to Australia on my phone. It says it was in the suburbs around Sydney, but there I see one right now. It's red. Looks like there's quite a bit here. It looks like this one's what's up, guys? Untitled. 34 work, beach style, helipad. Nothing about a stabbing. Where's the stabbing?
So say if there. Oh, you know what else was in that place that I was like really creepy? There was a big poster on the wall that said "active shooter," and it gave all these things like it was like, you know, run, and then the first thing was run, and then it gave like a paragraph on run, and then it said fight, and then it said, you know, there was a bit, and these were little, you know, like I didn't have time to read it. I just passed by it, but I was like, damn, I should have got a picture of that, but I didn't have my camera. But yeah, it was like, you know, it was a big thing, you know, active shooter, and I was like, damn, you know, like that's crazy.
But now, where are you talking about that you saw this poster?
That place that is basically like a big, you know, I don't know who owns it, but they basically have big companies, big multi, you know, $1 million, $1 billion corporations put out all kinds of focus groups. This is how your products and your cars and your movies and your things, they do things, and they do these in all big cities around the country. And you know, and I worked at one of these places. They might set up a focus group where they're asking you questions on one thing, and the thing is on a whole different thing. It's not even on what they're telling you it is. You know what I mean? And then when you go in there, you agree to be filmed and this and that, and so you know, it's not. And what I noticed is people, when they're getting paid, they open up, and I'm like, oh my God, you don't need to open up like that. You know what I mean? You don't know what these places, who's recording what. They're recording everything. You know what I mean? Like, nice car, I wouldn't buy it. Get your money, go on your way.
Yeah. They'll be talking about your grandma and shit.
No, this one dude was talking about his buddy from Vietnam and his like views on the president, and I was like, not a good place to do it, dude. What else you guys got?
Yeah, so Medic, you're a healer, right? You said you were a healer. Let me hear more about that. I think Medic's muted. Yeah, he was going on about Ron Paul earlier. I wanted to hear about that too. He must have went somewhere. But yeah, so we got two people vaping over here. Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin.
Here. 10:15 over there. It's 1:15 over here. So it's officially 9/11 over here on the East Coast.
Times Square is quiet.
What's up, Lone Star?
Times Square is quiet on the scanner, so that's what's going on at 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast.
Thanks for checking on that, man.
Yeah, got it.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys ever, you know, like just kind of download one of those scanner apps and just kind of put it on, they're pretty wild to listen to.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, yeah, man.
You plug in Chicago Friday night, man. There's traffic. It is nonstop. It'll rattle the fillings in your teeth, man.
And I mean, it's one thing after another. Like right now, like in LA, it's probably popping off with all kinds of just, we got, hey, is Flacca on the West Coast or is it just on the East Coast right now? I haven't heard it.
It's
I've heard just the East
you
Coast
have
so
a
far.
variety of some kind. You got K2, you got Flacca, you have all these different kind of variations. I know we had it over here. I saw it, man. I saw somebody spark up a blunt of that stuff, and like not even 5 seconds later, he goes into a full blown seizure, got foam coming out of his mouth, and all types of shit, man. So it's
Crazy.
everywhere.
My uncle, he holds down the X-ray at one of the big trauma centers in Houston, and he gets these, and they're just dumbasses, and they got these overdoses coming in, and he says every one of them the same story. They're just dumbasses, and they just commit to it. And it's just like too much. And there's like not just one, but there's like 2 or 3 of those in the city park. It's all damn day long. Walker is in Houston. They're still doing bath salts too. They're mixing it all together.
See that? That's the thing.
that spice too. That spice is big here in LA. It's big.
Yeah, because people don't want to show up positive for drug tests,
Right.
and they're like, "Oh, it's cheap, man. You're not going to show up positive." All
So
the
what
stuff
is that?
in your brain,
There's this one guy I hooked up some free cable for. He did some work for me for my car, and he has to smoke spice because he didn't want to get busted because he's on parole or whatever. He's a hardcore little dude though.
What is it? What is like? What kind of stuff is spice?
It's potpourri.
No,
it's like
it's a synthetic cannabinoid.
It's a synthetic,
it tries to mimic
It's
the effects of
artificial.
cannabis by using chemicals that have nothing to do with cannabis.
Not only
All
that,
it does is
but it's
tweak out your receptors, and it floods your brain with dopamine.
it's a hypoxic reaction to begin with. You just lack oxygen at the brain at that time. It's hypoxic.
Oh, so that's just big. Yeah, you can get high by just choking yourself out, and like
Pretty much.
people do that. They get.
But this shit is toxic.
Oh man, that's why people. If you listen to Tim and Eric, the guy from Tim and Eric, Tim, he talks about, and it's not funny. He's on stage, but it's not funny, and he talks about this dude that's like 18 in Hollywood, overdosed above him in the bungalow on Sunset, and he goes up because the mom is like calling for him or whatever, and he goes up, and the guy freaks out, and he hears this crazy shriek, and he's talking about it, and he's like, I just whipped right around and started going back downstairs, and then I looked over my shoulder, and here was the kid just eyes bulging, all crazy, coming after him, and he chased him all the way around. They ended up in some gay bar on Sunset.
Nice.
And he stabbed him. He ended up stabbing him.
Wow.
Somebody mentioned GMO weed, and that's something that we could talk about because we have the Mabs Bolt here, who is an expert on cannabis and the cannabis industry, does all kinds of interesting things with cannabis plants none of you guys have ever dreamed. So what can you say about GMO cannabis?
Well, I can say that
Gotta keep chemicals out of it.
yeah. Also, I would say that as of right now, they don't even have to like give us GMO cannabis. All they really have to do is start doing this thing where all the cannabis that is available is this really high THC cannabis where it's like 93% THC. I mean, that's got some serious psychoactive properties, and I think that like if you can look it up on YouTube, there's like so many videos of like kids just like freaking out like because they just took a hit of some weed, and it's like got if you're not ready for that, and you're not ready for that. But the GMO weed thing, I think, is more a thing that will be rolled out if we ever nationally legalize it. I don't think any of the states that currently are doing that, the legalization, are on that tip or they're allowing it to. But I mean, the fact that they're moving, for instance, the Shasta ban, they're moving everything indoors, is a clear sign that they're trying to. I mean, it's beyond the cash crop mentality.
They're trying to strong arm you.
Tagged and bagged, every plant ID number, every plant where like if there's a CCT V connection straight to the police. I mean, that's how they do it in Colorado. And I'm like really worried about the lobbying powers of some of these cannabis companies because, for instance, with the Shasta ban, I really think that a lot of that was pushed through by companies that, you know, sell greenhouses and, you know, LED lights and, you know, all of this stuff. So I think that
we're starting to see regulations through monopolies that are just, it's in their interest. It's not in FDA's interest. Like you have them pushing it, and it was in Albuquerque where they had the Zika. The Zika came from, the money traced back to Albuquerque, and they're trying to pattern that for all the states. And the mayor that came from that passed that legislation, his wife works for the company that's selling that product.
Yeah,
I mean,
absolutely, and that's a great example.
Like that's a monopoly.
Yeah, no, and the cannabis situation is still the wild west out there. Like,
there's
still
no
completely open.
Regulation,
like, you know, no regulation on how business should be done to a certain extent. So,
but I should be able to have seeds in my own front yard.
Yeah, and that's what I mean about like the lobbying power of some of these companies that are at the forefront of this cannabis.
I hope Normal doesn't try to double fuck us on the. I'm sorry, my language.
No, absolutely. All of these organizations can be infiltrated just for the money aspect, because that's why a lot of these states are being like thinking about legalization. It's not. It's not in this way where it's coming out of compassion. It's like, look at how many tax dollars Colorado's rolling in, right? And if that is the motivation for creating a cannabis industry in your state, then that's just the beginning of the wrong path to go down.
The AmericansElect.org spelled this whole thing out. They said that weed would be on the ballot. Like I got to taking some notes on them back in 2012, right? When they said they're trying to put, you know, a third party on the platform, but their website said, "Hey, answer these questions if you want to," you know. And I'm like, okay. And it was 237 questions about how this is all going to go down, about how the Selection.org, American Selection, right? And it's like they said, "Oh, this ain't supposed to be like American Idol for presidents," but it is, because they would require this timetable to pull it off. And
and you know what's crazy, Medic, is that as we're starting to see different cities go under and they can't pay for stuff, they're going to be placing this stuff because this is keeping the economy afloat. This is keeping the cities paid.
I mean, that's basically running this entire corridor. I got probably from the border checkpoint to a major highway. I got probably about 40 miles, maybe 50 miles of highly patrolled highway corridor, and they're just moving urban money, you know, and all this other and everything else, you know, coming up from the border. But
and people,
tons of cops,
and people,
right? But in those bailout Suburbans, you know, they just jump out on the side of the road.
But it's like, what are they doing? They got a directive to let the illegals in and do that. So what are they doing? Is it just drug? Like, what are they doing?
That's it. That's what oils the machine. Is that money that comes up and down that highway, and that herb, you know, stacks and stacks of it. You know,
we're starting to see the corruption veins, you know, like bleed through. We're just you're starting to just go, all right, this has nothing to do with my safety or any of this. This is all money. It's all money.
Right.
Well, I think that was already that was already proven with like the Iran-Contra scandal from the 80s, right?
Also true. Also true.
We've already we've already gone through all of this already. Like this is not like, hidden knowledge or anything. So to me, whenever they talk about the drug war and blah blah blah, like it's already been proven that these guys are the ones that are handling, managing, and doing all of this stuff. It's not like
it's all about the industrial military complex. I got Rolls Royce engines out here at the Navy base, and I smell them, because they're just down the street from me. Rolls Royce engines in these planes. That's badass.
You talking about the planes or the what kind of engine did those damn, I forgot the name of them.
The T-45 Goshawk is what we have out here at this training range where I used to work at, and it's like the final stage. Like I've graduated 3 men to the Blue Angels recently. So that was a school I worked at with this encryption, and these guys are the best. These guys are the absolute best. But they have to push those T-45 Goshawks, all the time, and they got these Rolls-Royce engines, and that's just war money. Just all those planes operate with these Rolls-Royce engines.
What are those?
Fine machines.
What are those crossbreeds? Those plane chopper things?
The gyros. Oh, the Ospreys.
Yeah, the Ospreys.
The V-22. Okay, I grew up in Fort Worth, Texas, and the V-22. I lived next to Bell Textron, and the V-22 would test fly out there all the time, and over my house. It was the coolest thing, and growing up out there, and then they'd crash. They crashed 2 of them out there by my house. I was like, damn, y'all having a tough time getting that plane going, but they got operational. It works now.
Well, now where do they like to deploy those? Where are those mainly used?
Carriers to beach platforms.
Okay.
Yeah, they're not long hauls. They can be though. I mean, they refuel. It's just I'm afraid you'd cut it. To be honest with you.
Right.
But they can be refillable.
I heard just to jump off of one. I wanted to ask Medic if he thought this was possible. I heard an idea about the planes that are doing the chemtrails because nobody can seem to find out where they're landing and refueling and all of that. And so I heard
drones.
I can tell y'all. We got in Harlingen, Texas, just south of me, right? They got this Confederate Air Force. That's what they call it, right? It's just like an old mothballed, World War II planes and stuff, right? But nobody ever goes out there and checks what's out there on that tarmac. And they got planes flying out of there all the time, at least like 3 a day. And they're large planes because they got these B-52s, they got these large B-17s, these old bombers. So they need the runway, right? So they got these big planes out there that launch all the time, and you don't ever see that on the local news.
Well, the thing that I had heard, and this sort of goes with the sun simulator thing, or this thing that's like that people are noticing in our sky and stuff. Somebody basically had put out the idea that there are these giant airships that are out there, and that the planes aren't landing; they're just going into these flying airships, and that's
those are the Elysium ships.
Yeah, exactly, those kinds of things.
And those are real. They're huge.
Yeah, so that's what they were saying what's going on with the chemtrail planes, that they aren't landing, that they're going into those sorts of situations.
And that's like the X-22B drone. Let me pull it up for you. Check this out. This is
a drone could easily do that job of a man,
Exactly. People will think refueling. What do you need to refuel for? What, we got all these drones? What are you talking about refueling?
Well, no, the planes themselves still need to refuel.
No, they got okay, let me check. Okay, X-37B.
Right, they got to refuel, but you don't need a man to do it because it's a robot.
They got these things stay up in the upper atmosphere for months without refueling. These
No,
things,
no, I
right?
don't mean refueling on gas. I mean refueling on the chemicals that they're
Right,
Oh,
the chemicals. They gotta reload. They gotta reload.
You gotta
But the
reload.
robots can run 24/7. You know, you
Yeah.
just gotta put a man on it, reload it, get off of it.
right.
So that's what I was referring to in terms of refueling. Was refueling on the actual whatever they're spraying.
That's true. That you can't have. But okay, so this is the X-37B, right? And
I know that.
okay, but did you see
Bro.
this? Did you see this? I saw this the other day, and I was like, whoa, this is an unmanned one. This is an unmanned one. This is a drone, an X-37B drone. You know, that's pretty crazy. And people still don't know exactly what these are doing up there, but they're doing something crazy. And they got these pod bay doors, right? They got these doors that open up, and then people think that they are using these frequency weapons in different ways, and they could do it. And they have these reflectors. They have drone reflectors, and they're like these black ball drone things. And there's all kinds of this black technology that it's like you can't research because there's nothing on it. You know what I'm saying? There's nothing in the public domain about the technology. I mean, on this stuff there is, but you can only speculate. You know what I'm saying? What have you heard on this, Medic?
Well, like the coolest thing I heard was when I was in Hawaii. They had this maglev track. It was 2 miles set up, and we were like doing some jungle training out there. We got to see it. It was located next to this pineapple plantation. But it was 2 miles long, right out there in Hawaii, up there in the elevation, and it launched this thing called a scramjet, and the pilots called it Super Cruise because it would go so fast, right? From Hawaii to Guam. They launched a test warhead, right? And with the scramjet engine, it took 30 seconds to get there.
No.
And it was a large, American warhead that they put on it. And it was like that.
A pilot.
Track.
Okay. So that's how they shot him up. Now those are drones, right?
Right, and the maglev track would get it up to speed,
right?
Because that thing, it had to breathe, right? You know, so they had to get it up to speed and then launch it, and it would just take off.
Yeah.
Like we didn't get to hear it take off because they said it made a sonic boom, but
what was the name of those? Those are rail.
It was a maglev track. That's all I remember. I don't know if I would say it's a rail gun, but it was a maglev track. I guess
that's what I was thinking. I was thinking like a rail gun.
But yeah, we saw that in Hawaii, and that was a long time ago, back in the 90s.
No, this is maglev. Maglev track drone. What is it? A drone to like launcher.
Right. Because they got, like 0 to 60 on a roller coaster at Six Flags. You know what they can do with the, with a sled. It's just a sled, you know.
Yeah, they got the sleds, and then they kind of they peak up at the end, or they
immediately go to the speed they need, and but like I said, it takes 2 miles. You know.
2 miles, really?
2 miles.
Dang, that thing is humming when it gets off that.
I don't know how fast it was going. All I know is it took 2 miles to get there, and it was going super fast.
Have you guys seen? And a lot of gamers will know what I'm talking about, but. There are all kinds of Russian, these trucks that basically are like transformers, and they transform into rocket launchers. They could like go out there. They're mobile rocket launchers that transform, and they could be drones. So they could just have one sitting somewhere, and then it could transform into a mobile launcher. And seeing these things,
right? It looks like a sea can.
Right, and it's crazy.
I saw that. Yeah, that is crazy. These concepts are like, and we can just do it.
You know what I'm saying? You don't even need any people. You don't even need anybody to, you don't need any men there. Like I was looking at this thing unmanned, and I was going, oh my God. They also have these submarines, or I don't know what they're called. It's like kind of like submarines, like on the bottom of floors, and they can launch these things in like a nuclear style kind of. thing, and they could basically they could come out from the bottom of the seafloor and they could launch, and they're just sitting on the bottom of the seafloor. They don't need to have no crew with a submarine and launch bay. They got like a launch bay drone deal on the bottom of just seafloors that they could just, you know what I'm saying? And think about those in like a hot situation. Like you can't account for that.
I wouldn't be surprised if they got one of those down there in Hawaii too, around Pearl Harbor. Just hide a submarine or two.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised if they had one off right here. They off Malibu. They got this military underwater.
You know what they do? Hey, check this out though. This one PhD that I know, he's a rear admiral for the Navy. When he's home, the fleet's home, and he's a submariner. He's head of naval physics, and when he's out, the subs are out. He's head of the Gulf Fleet, and right now he's out. And I can always tell because his wife is a bitch, and I have to hear from her when he's out of town because she wants to get in my mix. So whatever. She thinks she's a real snooty teacher. Teaches math. Bless her heart.
This is the underwater. This is like the aerial photography that they've cut out, and this is off the coast of California, but you can see that it has structure, and they got these underwater, and they got these also in Shasta Lake and stuff like that, where they could literally drive a submarine underwater underneath the mountains, and they you know what I'm saying? It goes. This one was in Shasta, and this was all the way. This thing was Shasta. Yeah, it's crazy. Under all the you kind of have like underwater rivers that go, and it goes all the way into it comes from Shasta and it goes all the way out to the ocean. Well, they could use those suckers for submarines. You know what I mean? And they do. Yeah, it's crazy.
I know that there's tunnels that go from Los Angeles all the way down to like Brazil and shit.
Yeah, well here's one, and look at their. I always thought that it looked a little bit like the Big Dipper and a star chart, and I was like, they probably got that like in some, because these NASA guys, they're all into this, you know what I'm saying? And these are the ones like in the upper echelon that are doing all these projects and stuff, and you got the one that from California, and then you got the one that goes to the backside of California. I don't know. These might be underwater, I don't know. And I mean, soon. I don't know. Because you see that.
What do you think the purpose of blowing up the SpaceX was?
I don't know, but it pissed off the Chinese, and it pissed them off like more than I thought. Like there's like a real backlash, and the reason why the Chinese were hot is because it was blatantly. See, the Chinese know what kind of stuff we got, so they're only.
Yeah, we sold it to them.
Well, I'm talking about the frequency. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But
the Xeon processor started it back in 2001.
Right, and when that tangent explosion happened, by the way, that was like a mile away from that supercomputer.
Right, and that supercomputer can be running ICANN. Bet you money.
Exactly.
That was a nuclear test to make sure it'll hold it. All right, I know it lasted the blast. All right, turn it on. Get it fired up.
I never even thought about that. Yeah. And also, they're probably clearing it out, doing like a preemptive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. They're backing up the whole thing right now, getting it ready to bounce. Because it would take a supercomputer to run all of our nightmare that we've been building for the last 20 years, right? This thing called the internet, the ICANN.
Right.
And so it's going to take a supercomputer to censor it, to monitor it, to, blah, 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 etc. So, voila, there you go. October 1st. We're going to find out, and then there goes our, I wouldn't say there goes our First Amendment, but there goes everything that we built the internet to be free. I was building it back in the 90s. in the early days, you know, of like AOL and all that. We were building it in Germany. Actually, we were building it in Germany when I got back. Started learning from IBM and Microsoft in Germany, and we tied it in with because no one really had computers, so we started tying in the battalion headquarters, brigade headquarters, the general's office. Everybody started getting computers because like Windows 95 was out, and we built it to, for freedom, to everybody be able to talk freely and freedom of speech, engage, and now look at it.
Right.
I don't even know what to say now, man. I can. That's gonna be our channel. With 2 N's. American with I can written really big letters.
The other thing I thought was interesting with that whole SpaceX blow up is that a Facebook satellite was going to be on there, and I'm like, why the fuck does Facebook need a satellite?
Because they want to sell that frequency to the
Chinese
continent of Africa, and anybody in Africa with a cell phone can open up and get it.
Well, and that's what they were saying, but you know.
Right. Now I understand the math behind doing that, you know, and the greed that it would take to produce an encryption key like that, right? Oh my God! But like,
well, I mean, Zuckerberg
I don't think it was
just like
Zuckerberg. I mean, that's like a buddy hookup, you know.
I don't even know how long.
Well, somebody didn't want whatever they were bringing up there, whatever they told, you know, the public. There was some backlash because there were some awfully powerful people that invested in that launch. And,
yeah, right. A lot of money in there.
And it got sabotaged, and the Chinese knew that. They could see they probably have the clearest, you know, picture from space or whatever. You know, they had it. You know, it's their launch. They're gonna have it monitored somehow, and you could see in grainy footage that they got the drone thing that's hovering and then the explosion. And I'm telling you, that drone thing, he sits there. And
you notice they cut him off right underneath, like with the payload? That's the perfect place to cut it. With, you know, if you're going to destroy it, cut it right there, right underneath the payload.
Well, what it does is it'll take that drone, right? And that drone will have a frequency that will stay on. You ever seen the lasers?
Right, the lasers.
Right, and it'll stay on the oxygen tanks. And what it's
doing, it'll burn super fast.
And it'll heat up those oxygen tanks until you have a primary explosion, and then you'll get your secondary explosion.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened.
Where are these data lines, Medic?
Okay, the data lines, they run from France, where the big bundle is, and it splinters off to New York, and then to, I think, Argentina. That's the biggest branch, right? That was the first fiber optic that they laid. And then that tied into New York.
Underground, right? Underground and also maybe possibly.
They just laid on top of shit underneath there. They just laid those lines on top of everything.
Do you think they could go subterranean?
I think they could, yep. Yeah, matter of fact, I think that would be a more efficient way to do it, actually.
It would make sense. It's a good place to. Yeah, you wouldn't have to do a lot of, you know, hiding, you know.
Well, they got those nuclear borers that they could just, you know, they could do everything. They could just tunnel wherever they want with these things. These things will go miles in a day.
Right. All you gotta do is just keep feeding it more machine.
So, you know, they got all kinds of things under the water. I mean, sometimes I'm thinking, how do they build this stuff underneath the water where there's currents and there's crazy stuff? They got these things figured out with technology.
Here's what trips me out. We got caves all around Austin, right? All the bats live in the caves around Austin, and because of limestone, there's caves all around the Austin area, and but yet these big companies will come in and they'll cut through that limestone with these huge machines. Like, oh, we want to build, you know, part of the access road over here for a highway that we don't need that, but whatever. You know, they're cutting into the earth, and then and yet they're drilling out there by the lake. That's, you know, in the aquifer. That's our drinking water. Is that aquifer?
They don't care.
They don't care. They sell it to the highest bidder.
Yeah, that's all.
Especially in Austin, they got old town politics there.
You know what I saw? I was watching that stuff on Halliburton and how how people that were overseas staying in Halliburton, these Halliburton things, right?
Oh, man camps.
Yeah, man camps, and they go to take a shower, they get electrocuted. There all kinds of problems. It's like, what the hell?
We had some like I deployed at Halliburton once as a joke, but like these other guys were deployed for us when we were deployed, right? And they were Kellogg Brown and Root, the KBR guys, and they were like these drunk British guys serving us eggs, and like they're like the eggshells in our eggs. And they were like, I'm gonna make you an omelet, laddie, and I'm like, whatever. These guys are wasted. I was like, that's got to be an easy paycheck. We just gotta dodge bullets.
Right. And that's where the contract, bidding, all this stuff was
just making that war money,
Just it's all about, I heard that when they were overseas, instead of like a part for a Humvee, they not like I don't know if there was a Humvee, but like certain computers and this and that, they were just throwing them into these big pits where they would burn them instead of fixing them because it was they were like, just throw it away. Like we got
get another one. We'll order it.
And that's like just like the inefficiency, what was going on. And you could tell that was that money that they were spending that was coming in through those contracts that, you see what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, we get the job, like they'll give you for the new guys, right? The FNG is making $7,000-8,000 a month, tax free, out of country. It's got a big draw for these single guys who are getting out of the military.
Right. And then you got a lot of these black, not Black Project, but like what's that one that
Blackwater?
Blackwater, yeah. You got a whole bunch.
That's what we did with KBR. We went out there as security, like right when 9/11 kicked off, right? I was out of the Army, right? But I knew that I could go back, and with my condition, I got hurt. So, but I'm okay now. So I went back for that easy money, and I was like, oh man. I said, this is going to get so stupid so fast out there in Afghanistan. So after 6 months, I didn't renew my contract, right? But it paid. It paid good.
You know who also hires Blackwater? Monsanto.
For what?
Those guys are a bunch of knuckleheads.
Well, Monsanto they need security. They need security, and they need high scale security en masse. So it's ideal for their purposes, and Monsanto, they have these hit lists. The doctor hit lists have been published years ago. What makes you think they just stopped with it all of a sudden, And now you have a slew of all these holistic doctor deaths coming out this year, last year.
It's been going on for like 3 years now.
Oh, it's been going for quite a while, and it's getting ridiculous.
What's crazy? Like when 9/11 first happened, I just got the job at.
It says Monsanto actually bought out Blackwater.
Wow.
Well, yeah, it changed hands. It changed hands not too long ago. It's now called Z or XE.
I wonder if you become a chemical warfare specialist after that. Instead of just a hired gun, you're more of a chemical warfare specialist if you're working for Monsanto.
Yeah, it's called Z Services, later called Z Services.
Okay, right on.
More recently, Academy.
So that's who's selling us out.
So Blackwater changed to Z, and Z changed to Academy. So all of those are pretty much the same thing. Clandestine intelligence services sold to the multinational Monsanto. Of course, they're going to keep renaming these things. They got to keep, they can't keep the same name when they do dirt.
Right. You know what, I'll be honest with you, like I've been open, my eyes were open since it happened because I got to look at the schematics for the Rose, what was it? It was the nuclear power plant for the Dallas-Fort Worth area, Metroplex. And I was like, wow, they're really taking measures already, and 9/11 just happened.
Well,
I was working for the Dallas Electric Company.
It just happened, but they already had all the plans in place.
I could see it because we deregulated our electrical grid that year in Texas. So we had like competing offers, right? Try to save you money on your electric bill, that kind of thing. And
Right.
and so we got our own power grid because we got two powerful nuclear plants. And I have to look at all the IT security, the basic IT security for that power plant. I got to be a part of that team. I was like, wow. I said,
well, you know they got Stuxnet, right? You know they got software like Stuxnet, right? They already
yeah.
tried it out.
And if
You got a whole
we
bunch
can use
of
it, they can use it, you know?
But
Right.
right, but you got a whole bunch of these, right? That are sitting in our country, and they could just, instead of a nuke going off, they could just do like a a false flag with these nukes and do some sort of Stuxnet meltdown with a whole bunches of them. There's your nuclear winner right there in the USA. There's your martial law. There's all your stuff.
That's right. It'll all line up immediately.
Immediately. And they won't know who did it. They could, you know what I'm saying? They could
I
hide
don't
behind it.
care.
Well, there's already a number of nuclear power plants up and down the East Coast that are currently leaking as we speak.
And one of the fires that we had in Texas cleared all that property in what's called the Possum Kingdom, like a state park or whatever. And like all the real estate out there was burnt to the ground. So like that power plant has a clear shot in every direction of the security of that facility.
Yeah.
I mean, and for miles. There's
What was
nothing
that
for
place
miles.
called?
Possum Kingdom.
Very convenient fire, if you ask me.
Right, and what was
Yeah.
it? It was Rose. I keep saying Rosewood, but it was power plant out there. I can't think of the name off the top of my head. I have to look it up.
It was a fire, right?
Right, and it looked totally planned. And then like you see, you know how much oh we lost so much acreage, blah blah blah. And then you look at where that acreage was lost, and it was right there by the power plant. So like like I said, they have a clean view in every direction.
Wow. When was this?
Probably about 2 years ago, out there, Possum Kingdom. That's about Fort Worth.
Now, what they say that was the reasoning? This was like right around the, they cleared out.
It's just Texas wildfire season, and we got all the fuel in the air from all the fracking plants that are out there already, so it's easy to keep a fire burning out there. And once you get it started,
This thing
so
was
then,
huge.
so once you get started, you're good. And then, but it was right there, and it was controlled. It was a controlled burn, it looked like, because it was right there,
Yeah,
right in
look
front
at
of the power
this,
plant.
Look at, you could see different starting ignition points right here. That's crazy. That's crazy. And I mean, it was, during wildfire season, but it's just too perfect. That's how they clear out space. Instead of going through the legislation and getting people to move out and doing all this, they just burn it down.
Yo, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So in Austin, we had this Richie Rich, couldn't pay his bills anymore, about to get foreclosed, right? So he goes and talks to this homeless Eddie dude out there in the bushes, and gives you $20, right? Hey, go get yourself a 40, whatever, right? Have a great day. And at his campsite, set fire to the bushes and stuff, right? Well, that fire spread to 4 houses, and these are like $500,000 homes in Austin, and burned them all to the ground. And homeless Eddie went down for it. They said it was his fire, and so he's going to jail for it.
No way.
Yeah, man, it was that dude, and it was the Richie Rich, man. They pissed me off, those people.
Damn, that sucks, dude. That just dude went out for a 40. Just they love messing with.
He wanted that insurance money. He didn't want to pay for his house. He wanted that insurance money. He wanted to get out of that shit.
Right. Remember what was that dude's name that they assassinated in Albuquerque?
The Bundy fella, no?
It was the dude that they went up and they were like, we're gonna, da-da-da-da with this guy, and then they ended up just shooting him. What's gnarly is I did a decode on over the area, and this is one of my first films. It's it was just like Google Earth. I snapped a shot, and it was this crazy sickle, and it looked like death, and all of a sudden the Zika stuff comes back to here, and I was going, maybe I was picking up on something on Albuquerque because there's a lot of weird stuff happening in Albuquerque, man.
There's always weird stuff happening in Albuquerque.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff happening, man. I'm telling you.
Man, I woke up at my hotel one morning. I was on my motorcycle, and Albuquerque said, "Oh, it's a beautiful, Albuquerque Balloon Festival. It's a crisp 35 degrees." I'm like, hold on. I'm not getting out of bed for 35 degrees. I'm on a motorcycle. This is a terrible idea, But it was beautiful balloons, So I hung out in my hotel room until about 10, put my leather on, and got back on the road. I was headed out to the West Coast on my motorcycle.
Right here's the balloons right here.
Hey, and that's the freedom that I fought for as a veteran. That's the freedom that I fought for. Freedom to drive across that great land on my motorcycle.
Right.
Freedom.
What's up, MN Vikings fan and Calvin? We got thanks to Marie in the chat, Monographs in the chat, talking about the over 215 nuclear power plants in the USA.
Right, we got a ton of them.
Oh yeah, that's Calvin, Monty. That's the guy with the accent. Yeah, Calvin, say something, bud.
Calvin, our
something.
Our leprechaun friend.
Yeah, do you like my beard?
Yeah, it is a leprechaun beard, dude. I thought you would give me a pot of gold. I was like wishing. I was like, no, he didn't. He didn't give me nothing.
Did I tell you the secret though?
Yeah.
It's
the
not a beard.
That is awesome, man. That's what I love the most about it.
But them 215 nuclear power plants?
Yes.
That's just the ones they let you know about that are out in the open.
Right, but I gotta tell you, with those power plants, like damn near every state's got one.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Everyone's gonna suffer.
Right, and what better way if you're gonna plan on taking down America, just like you took down the 9/11 towers, how you built it knowing that you were going to take it down. What better way to put in a false flag thing, knowing what's up, how they came up with nuclear energy and all this stuff, back in the day, set one of these up, and now we're, what a perfect way to take down the power that you built. And that they were trying it out with Stuxnet. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, oh my God.
That was part of the money that went to Iran, was all the centrifuge damage that we did with the Stuxnet, and so we fixed it. But we had to pay them cash money because they had to buy new centrifuges.
When you mentioned the Stuxnet thing, like when I built my computer, I was wondering about what antivirus software, and because Kaspersky was able to root out the Stuxnet virus, well, that's the antivirus I have on my computer. It's like, it was the basis of it stopped the complete nuclear meltdown that I bought it.
Yeah.
Which one was that?
Kaspersky. It's Russian.
It's one of the 3 large antivirus softwares that has different definitions in its catalog of antivirus assistance.
And that's what caught the Stuxnet?
Yeah, and it recently.
The Stuxnet was what did the centrifuges so bad at that that uranium place at the power plant.
The Kaspersky recently rooted out the biggest heist in history. There was like 1.3 billion stolen through lack of security on computers, but like they never really rooted it all out, but they detected it. But the program or virus that was stealing all the money was very good and tidied itself up upon detection. But Kaspersky found traces of it anyway.
Yeah, there's always going to be a few places in the code where it's going to show up.
Oh yeah.
With every registry entry.
How you spell it right there? Is that right?
Kaspersky. Hold on, I gotta know. It's Kaspersky. Everyone thinks it's conspiracy.
Close. Pretty damn close.
Oh, it isn't? Oh, I already.
Hey, my Irish friend. So what do you think about Bono and Edge?
Oh, Bono?
Yeah, is that what you think about him?
He's a sap. I don't like him at all.
I bet y'all are tired of hearing about him.
Oh man, like people are so tired of hearing of him here in Ireland. They'd probably throw a brick at him if they seen him in the street. Like
I used to be a huge YouTube fan back in the '90s and '80s and '90s, and And now and the Cranberries too. A huge Cranberries fan. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh man, I still listen to some U2 songs if they're on the radio, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's still an alright song, but Bono's I don't even want to say like.
Edge plays a guitar. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and your man Larry on the drums.
Right.
You know when you was on about Blackwater earlier? I
Yeah.
was drawing similarities to 100 years ago or more here in Ireland. Like, Blackwater are all mercenaries, yeah? Probably
Okay.
dishonorable discharge, military, if not worse. I don't know, but like, back in Ireland, near its foundation, you had the Black and Tans sent over from England. And they were
Okay.
all just criminal scum sent over to just do any type of war they could, like. It sounds very similar to Blackwater and the whole Monsanto deal, where they're just a hit squad, you know?
Yeah.
Right.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I used to listen to an old band called Black 47, and they talked about the Blacks and Tans.
Oh man, shit, there's loads of like all rebel and folk songs, like
Right, like
all
protest
around
rock.
Ireland.
That's like I see Ireland a lot like that, like protest rock. That's what comes out of Ireland.
Oh yeah, it was just rebellion altogether, like.
Yeah.
But these days you can't get people to agree on the color of the grass outside. They might rebel against anything.
It's getting tough.
It's just people are just, I don't know, they don't want to do anything, you know.
Well, and also they're also pumping this. You're seeing people just fly off the edge, and they're pumping this out. They're patterning it. You can see it throughout politics and everything. They're getting everybody wound up. They're getting everybody wound up.
Yeah, people are losing the will to do anything, and they're flipping out left, right, and center. And like what just we're talking about earlier, all these synthetic weeds and like other drugs, they're not good altogether. Like they really mess people up. Like here in Ireland, the amount of people end up in psychiatric units from being out on a weekend taking some drugs is just phenomenal. Like, and then they end up institutionalized and worse. It's downhill. Like.
Hey, what's going on, Calvin?
I'm good. But yeah, and like heroin here in Ireland is just off the charts. I mean,
Calvin, have you heard about the new overdoses that we're having?
I've seen some of. Is it that K2 stuff?
No, not just that, but the heroin. They're mixing it with this new drug, and they're shooting it up. And parents are overdosing in the front seat of their car with their little 4-year-old kid chilling in the back seat.
I seen that. Yeah, I seen that.
Like South Ohio, like Cincinnati, they're saying out there, they're starting to get this out in the hills, especially since the West Virginia flood. Since that's been over, they got this new drug in, and people are still shooting it up, and they're overdosing from Ohio to West Virginia.
Wow, that's bad.
That's really interesting because
it's a new drug.
Not only like with a flood or any kind of catastrophe, like your like drug guy is totally like MIA. You can't like
you guys go on.
And now you've got this other guy in town or whoever. Like, what you're just gonna grab whatever you can get your hands on, like.
Yeah, and have you heard much of that crocodile drug? It's like bleach kind of crap that's meant to be synthetic heroin.
You ain't seeing that in America, not yet.
Yeah. Oh, thank God. I mean, it's horrid. Like.
Now you see these needle bangers with open wounds and stuff. You know, that's really disgusting. You see that in the emergency room a lot.
Yeah.
What's this? Like it's not crocodile.
They're pumping plenty of it in here, and they're pumping it plenty in here for their black projects. You know what I mean? What do you expect when you flood the streets with heroin? There's going to be people. There's going to be junkies everywhere.
Yeah, and then not only and my favorite part was the poor baby sitting in the back seat chilling because their parents are junkies. You know how many times I used to be a nurse in the emergency room for 8 years after the Army, and I have seen my fair share of death. And those people look dead. I've seen overdoses. You know, I'm like, wow, that guy's dead. Nope, he's still alive. What do you know? Shock.
Oh, there's a funny story I was kind of told off some of the lads working security, just at concerts and stuff. But there was this guy in Dublin, the lads used to call him the Matrix, because he'd be that whacked out of it on heroin, but he'd be leaning backwards at such an angle, but he'd never fall. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He got whacked out.
Oh, the lean. Yeah.
Yeah, like dodging bullets lean, like, but he'd never fall over, and he looked like
dude.
he was just
That's
lying
heavy
down
dope.
but standing up, like.
Yeah, that's a heavy dope.
Yeah. But like, do you want to know what's crazy? Like, here in Ireland, people pay €50 for 2 grams of weed, and it's extortionate to beat
That's
the ban.
inflation too.
Oh yeah, but the great thing is, well, not the great thing. The amazing thing for me is it's like 20 quid or 25 for a bag of heroin. It's no wonder there's such a problem with heroin, you
Where's
know?
the value in it, you know?
Yeah,
It's so much more dope this way.
Because they don't want you on. They do not want marijuana. Marijuana actually is has healing properties and
It
stuff.
has healed me in ways that only a few would understand, and I do include you guys. Because like I have brain damage. I have a 5 mm scar on my brain, and this has helped me rewire some pathways. As far as like, it's an amazing medicine. You know, God's gift to man to help his fellow man.
Yeah, 6 day of
but
creation.
they don't want that.
No, they don't want to. They don't want to put me in charge of it.
And what's more is that heroin they get, and you know that they're. I mean, Vietnam, I think, is when they learned how to do these black project drug. They learned how much money they could get, right? With the triangle. What's that called? The golden triangle.
Yeah.
And ever since then, they've been just. I mean, I heard that it was 15%. 15% of the drugs was from Afghanistan. Now 90.
Right. Okay. We did a rocket attack on Karzai's brother-in-law, right? Karzai, when he was the leader of Afghanistan, right? His brother-in-law ran all the dope that went in and out of Afghanistan, and then about 5 years into it, boom, rocket attack, and then boom, we became the drug lords because those poppy fields are our poppy fields. You know, that lithium mine is our lithium that we're using for the car batteries and for exploding cell phones and stuff like that.
Yep. Yeah, I heard platoons that are guarding heroin fields in Afghanistan.
That's it. Just waiting for the harvest, and the harvest pays for the Taliban and all them to afford bullets. The harvest.
Well, as soon as we went into Afghanistan, you saw a 90% increase in the amount of opium and heroin that was being imported.
And they were slinging them to vets. So I got a 180 count bottle pill. I'm like, well, hold on, what do I need 180 pills for?
Because they want you addicted.
They're trying to get me hooked, and I almost did. Oh man, I almost did, man.
Well, that's see, there's people that will never try heroin because of the stigma. But if you have a doctor in a lab coat prescribe you Oxycontin like me, then I was going, oh, I'm in pain. I got shot. I could, there was nothing that I saw wrong with it at the time. And it got me hooked, dude.
It was like this it. Like I was also on benzos for a time period so I could get some sleep, right? Well, your body gets dependent on those as well. Right. And so every time I would stop to be cold turkey, right? And so I'd have the withdrawals for like 3 damn days, and then so I'm thinking, okay, well, I got to counter that with something. And so I started using Benadryl. You know, that's what everybody else uses for like Advil PM or whatever. It's all Benadryl. That's all it is to help you sleep.
But that's what happens is we're flooded with all this stuff. It's like a minefield. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And people, one way or another, get addicted. And then what happens is say they'll get addicted with the oxys or the roxys or whatever, right? And then what happens is either they'll get in some jam with the doctor or something will go up, and then they'll have that addiction, but they won't be able to have the pills because their drug dealer, doctor, whatever, is cutting them off. So they'll go to this. You're going to go to this. You're going to go to heroin. You're not going to even miss a beat when you're hurting. And when I'm saying hurting, that comes from the pills are heroin. It's the same thing.
Right, yeah. No, I had a patient that had like 40 milligram pills of methadone, right? But what he would do is he would go downtown and sell them. And he's this little black man. He'd go downtown and sell them, right? Well, one time he was so drugged out that he left them. So I had 2 methadone pills, 40 milligrams apiece. So I'm like, let me check this out. And it was like that. It was like, I don't ever want to do heroin because that's what I think it'll feel like. But it was an incredible reaction because I've never had that medication before.
That's what I'm saying. I remember the first time. I remember the first time that I even got Vicodin or something, and I went throughout all high school. I didn't have any of that. And then when I was living in Hollywood, I got like a sprained ankle or something, and they gave me Vicodin. And I just remember, like, I was like, oh my God, like, this is so good. But I didn't, I didn't touch it, after that, whatever, until somebody told me about Oxycontins. And I was like, oh my God. And the money that was being made on these things per pill was just incredible. Right. But what happens is you start slanging them, right? And you can make 80 to 120 a pill on these 80s, right? But what happened with me is one day I was curious and I chopped one of those 80s in a quarter, and I did it, and it was the best thing ever. The thing was, you follow my life a couple years after that, 5 years after that, now my intake of those pills was just over the amount that I was making. So I would make the money on half of the stuff that I got, and then the other half would be my addiction. So I'd never make money. I would just sell half of them and do half of them. And then I have just enough money to get another, you know what I'm saying?
Man, there's always people I can find in Austin, like this one transvestite I know, always got those kind of heavy pills. I'm like, how the hell you keep getting these? And I don't know, man. You got this hookup. Like, I run across all the people in Austin working in that emergency room. You get to meet them all, and it's amazing what some of them will come and tell you.
But the one thing is that's kind of a good thing, is you don't want to have easy access, because humans, unless you have a strong will, you're going to one day kind of be curious. You're going to see this person.
Especially humans.
You know what I'm saying? It's just the way that we are.
I'm like that, man. It don't take me much. I'm like, party started, let's go. But I gotta cut back. I gotta make sure like I stay healthy and balanced.
But what I'm saying is that it's not you're not on a pretty road, dude. You might feel good and you might all this stuff, but I'm telling you, bro, it's pain. It's just the worst thing ever. And what's sick is this is what they learned in Afghanistan. Is what they learned is that the military was no good, doing whatever when they're all high and all that stuff. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a whole, but you could tell me better than me. What's it like in the military overseas? Like, do they?
It's easy as shit to get seeds home. That's for sure. Like you can send home damn near anything you want to send home, and illegal or not, you can send it home.
No, I'm talking about like the enlisted guys. Are they? They're not even getting the unopened the tar or whatever that's coming from these plants.
Yeah, they cut up that bloom, that poppy bloom, and just dry it out.
Yeah, they milk it.
Throw it in your Dr. Pepper, You're going to feel good.
But what I'm saying is they don't have access to that milk, right? They guard these until they're ready to be harvested.
Right.
Then the farmers come out and they milk all these, and then that product is shipped out or done whatever. These guys
take care of it and sell it to big pharma.
But some soldiers are sneaking up here right before harvest and grabbing some. You know what I'm saying?
All the time, man. All the time. And then my CO one time, we had the ramp drop. We all run out, and anyways, we get moved back, and we're done for the day. And my CO was like, "I know what y'all saw out there, and I best not see that in my camp." And we found these 6-foot plants out there in the middle of nowhere. So we started chopping them up. It was right there by the highway. The herb, like everybody throws their seeds out the window. And so it rolls right up by the side of the highway. So I'm like, oh man, I got this blade right here. I'm just gonna cut some down. Get your Dr. Pepper can, cut a bunch of holes in it. There you go.
Damn.
It's about a Humvee, man.
That was just weed, right?
Herb, that's it. And but did the other guys get the poppies? you always heard of other guys getting those poppies, always.
Well, the thing is with poppies is you could get poppy seeds and all that stuff. The thing is like the climate where it's grown and all this. You know, believe me, I've looked into this, and you know, you could, but yeah,
you get seeds home though, man. You get seeds home.
Yeah, but you can't really grow. I mean, you can, but like it's a whole thing from taking this from milk and making it into heroin. It's a whole thing, and people.
No, it is. It is.
Yeah, people are just, especially if you're like a junkie on this, you're not going to be doing all this, and then
no, that's too much.
think about the tracking on this stuff. You know what I'm saying? If you're just having like some poppy farm, I mean that's sketchy, and you have to grow it in humid, you know, conditions. You know what I mean? Or certain conditions make the harvest right. Otherwise, it just doesn't work, or the milk isn't right, or something.
Thin air up there at that altitude, I bet.
Yeah. It's perfect weather for it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And they just go take shits out there in the when it, like they call it high cotton. That's what we called it, you know, when it'll be in bloom. And they just gonna walk out there and take a shit.
Shitty heroin, huh?
Right. That's the fertilizer, you know. And so then they use their left hand to clean that product off and then move on. And I'm like, wow, Abdul, just get it, man. All right.
Oh my God, man.
He wasn't worried about me. I'm like, okay. All right, man.
Here's what you were talking about. Just plants just growing. These are the weed plants.
Yeah, man, just on the side, like, because they just throw their seeds out the window, I guess.
Well, this looks like a garden operation, a huge garden.
It was beautiful. I was like, wow, it's everywhere. Oh,
just growing? Just
growing.
That's
so
crazy.
we walked by and started plucking buds.
That is crazy.
Yeah, so Bernie Trump requested I say cheeky bastards.
Cheeky bastards?
Yeah.
Right.
Don't know why.
Yeah, Monty was like, I'll pay you $50 to say a few sentences.
All right, go. What ones you want?
I don't know. He's not
My little
dad
4-year-old
anymore.
is so funny. He sounds like he watches Peppa Pig all the time. And so he's all like, Dad, I want to play with my helicopter. And I'm like, what? And it's the way that these little characters talk on this little kid show. And he's like, I like to go outside, Father. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what is he saying?
I know that show.
He goes, you're Daddy Pig. I'm like, oh, I'm Daddy Pig. That's right. So it's crazy, those accents. Like, he's starting to talk like it now. Like Calvin.
Oh, but you can pick up an accent easy. You just have to spend enough time around people that have that accent. You know, and sure, there's 26 counties in Ireland with like 38 different accents in different places.
Really?
Yeah, oh, you wouldn't believe it. Like the difference between, say, me and someone from Cork, you'd notice, or someone from Galway. Like, you know,
So
same way
like
as
someone from New York and Texas.
yeah, exactly the same difference. You know, like it's all generally the same, but you'll notice some words are just different. You know, and as well, there's different sayings. Like up in Dublin, someone would say, "I'm gonna stitch you a loaf," and people would be like, "What? I don't want any bread." No, I'm gonna hit you a headbutt, like.
Oh wow. No, thank you.
And as well, like in Dublin, there's all these slang sayings like, "Are you having a giraffe?"
Oh.
Are you having a laugh?
I went to visit friends in London once when I was living in Germany, and I was there for 4 days. And they were like, "Are you pissed?" I'm like, "No, I'm good." And because I've been drinking all night, and they said, "No, are you pissed?" I'm like, "No, listen, I'll just take one by the car. I'm cool." And they said, "No, are you pissed?" I'm like, "Oh, are you pissed drunk?" Yeah. I said, "I'm wasted." I said, "I need to get to the car so I can take a piss." And they started laughing.
You should just said, "No, I'm tired from drinking all night."
I got tired of arguing with them. I didn't know what to tell them.
Brilliant.
I was like, I don't know what to tell you. I just got to pee.
What's up, MN? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
What's up, Minnesota?
There you go. We can hear you now.
You can hear me?
Yeah,
Man,
I can
I've
hear
always
you,
been a
MN.
Vikings fan ever since 2000, man.
Hang on, I gotta switch something.
And Liam, you here, man? We're talking about the bad self-eater that you found, and I don't know if there's anything to it. we've been talking about it, and it looks like For Yahweh came up with some good stuff, and Richie did a video on it. What do you think about all of it? What do you think it is?
You guys might hear me a little bit. What are you guys getting on your end from me right now?
You sound good.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You're good.
How do I sound?
Cool.
Great.
You sound clear, man.
Okay, this is my first shot at this, man. I'm actually pretty good at computers and stuff like that, but I ain't never ran no Hangouts because I don't trust the Google.
That's a good. That's a good policy to have.
Yeah.
It's a great policy to have.
Yeah, I have a feeling they're more than happy to sell us down the river.
In regards to this Beast Mammon bill, you know, there's a couple of different people who run different accounts on different social media. You'd be surprised by the caliber of the people who I believe because of this whole situation, and that's like a perfect little kick it into, like, you know, into the public's eye or something. What I was going for with this, and that's not what anybody else is going for. The more you know,
Breaking up, brother.
elusive it is behind it, and what we're seeing, though, we're afraid of can reduce this window more. Yeah, I might be, and I might not be able to join you tonight, man.
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I mean, but
You just try to close out a window and then try to yeah, just the thing with Google Hangouts is when you got some windows open or something, just try to close out the windows, and then if it still goes on, just pop out and then pop back in and it'll reset. No problem.
I'm closing my broadcaster, which I had open earlier. Like, I'm not broadcasting, but I had it open, so.
okay, yeah. Last time you were on the channel, you sounded fantastic. You had your video running. We had pretty much the same group, or at least the same amount of people, or somewhere near it. So yeah.
Bernie, how do I get to the chat, bro? I'm embarrassed to ask, but I cannot find it on your channel, brother. I've been looking. It's impossible to find it. So how do I get to it? I closed it out.
I'm sending you the link. I'm sending you the link here.
You must join.
Click on that.
Okay. Well, I got that window to shut now. I don't know if we're doing any better.
I put a link in the chat for you.
Let me know.
Still breaking up, buddy.
Yeah, well, if you just pop out and then pop in, it'll reset and everything will be fine. Just use that link and then just pop out and then just.
Sounds a bit like.
Guilty as charged.
All right, Liam. I guess he's gonna try to work on his stuff, but anyway. Illusion Shatter, what are you talking about? If you divide 25 by the 15312, it gives you 612.48. Drop to 48 gives you 612 equals 666. What?
Illusion Shattered coming through with the decode.
Yeah,
I'm not hip on
anything about it. I like how you went all the way there. Like, I got there. All right. Technology, let's cover it.
Coming in with the decode.
Cumin? Like dried cumin?
No, cumin, but it's an interesting way to spell it.
I was doing it fast. Don't I mean, come on.
Trip, man.
I try to do all this stuff, man. I can't do it.
It's hard to run Tumblr at the same time. I know. It's hard.
That's funny how one person says cumin and the other person says it says cumin.
Well, it depends on if you went to Texas A&M or not.
Screen share.
I'm back in here.
Screen share the bill. What's up? Hey, somebody wants us to screen share the bill. Illusion Shattered.
All right, fine.
The bad self eater. People want to look at that. I don't think everybody knows exactly what it is yet. They haven't gotten around to it.
So am I
so
any
this is
clearer or
what's
any more consistent with my audio?
Yeah, you
Yeah,
sound
much
really
more.
good.
Much more.
Okay, and if it gets to cutting out again, I apologize. I'm competing with siblings for bandwidth, and they're all gaming it up. So
Oh, that's why.
That'll eat it up.
yeah, and I'm traveling. I'm traveling, so I literally, I'm out here in the high desert, going from one place to the next, so we can do some broadcasting. But here we go. I wanted to share this while you're showing the bill. I'll give you what I know.
All right. Oh, what the hell?
So I've talked to a couple of different people, and I've had the opportunity to meet with some people that I can't, or talk with some people I can't really name, and they've researched really hard, and they've actually traced it back to a couple of different folks. I've had
I'm bringing it up
one
right now,
guy
dude.
that I talk about it. He was kind of like
You're breaking up
the
again.
gopher of the whole. Yep. Maybe it's just because I'm talking about this.
It could be. You know how they're always listening to us. You got
Hey, you talking about that one channel?
I'm trying to go in a little bit closer real fast, and I'm gonna keep this short and sweet, but we'll see what we can do real fast, okay?
Oh, yeah. Gotta cut down.
Mind the dogs, all right? So we'll try to make this real quick and short. I hope you'll get a more consistent signal real fast.
The dragon's still coming in. It looks like it's done in layers because when you first load it, it doesn't come in and then it bleeds through. So you know that they did a lot of work on this. This is layered. This is all kinds of stuff. When you trace it back, the IP just sends you the IP, the mailing address, the phone numbers, the Panama, they all send you in a big circle.
Yeah, I have a 3-hour video I made with Danny Quest of We Are Change, and we haven't released it yet because when you go into the back doors of people's sites, you don't really want to give
give them
record
heads
of that.
up.
Yeah, but in case it becomes a matter of national interest or federal interest for whatever reason, what we see, man, is like Mr. Teeth, right? You remember Obama, and he changed the name of that mountain in Alaska. It doesn't seem like such a big deal, but in retrospect, it really has become one because President McKinley's vice president was another like Mr. Teeth. That was like if you kind of go back to John F. Kennedy being assassinated, and you look at my great grandfather, and he was really good friends with Kennedy, and I have a picture of him shaking Kennedy's hand and Lyndon B. Johnson's hand at the same time, but Kennedy and Johnson are shaking each other's hands. And so here's like one of those old sayings. So Johnson is to Kennedy as Teeth is to McKinley, and so who is A to B on the 14th?
Anybody?
I don't know.
No, that's a really good one. Joe Biden to Obama, Clinton to Hillary. Because one of the last pictures they put on the Facebook. Yeah, one of the last pictures they put on Facebook was the picture of like one of the last pictures they put on Facebook. Mr. Teeth put on Facebook was this picture in the Oval Office, and it had Martin Luther King Jr. in it. It had John F. Kennedy, and it had President McKinley in it. And so, like, that's so much hinting at like this giant scripted orchestration, but it could actually go. There's some people who take the Bible as literal, and there's some people who appreciate it for its analogy and the metaphor and its allegory. But for those who believe it for its literal meaning, the systems, the powers that be, are doing everything they can do to orchestrate literal, like apocalyptic timing and Armageddon type scenarios.
That's because part of the thing.
Yeah. Yep, and with this fake alien invasion agenda that we've always heard was going to be brought up at some point, we don't know if the alien invasion agenda is going to be a demonic, invasion agenda, or if it's going to be like a space planet Nibiru invasion agenda, or if it's even going to be a scripted and made up agenda. We don't know because none of us know shit, really. we all go by our best judgment, by what the word says, by what our belief systems imply, what our cultural upbringings suggest, all that, but we don't really know what happened 25,000 years ago or
But
36,000 years ago.
When Reagan was saying that, when he goes, if an outside force, blah, 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 if you really break down what he's saying, he's not, everybody thinks he was talking about like actual aliens. But I'm thinking that was a setup. This could go either way. They could have actually got intelligence on it, or they were starting to pattern this thing and put it out there that this was going to be the thing, the Nibiru, the incoming system, whatever, to use to bring in the one world government.
Right.
And that would be a hell of a way. And that the technology that they possess is way, way beyond anything that, we don't even know what they possess. I mean, they have that solar simulator that like shrunk up, and I'm looking at it and I'm going, what is going on with it? Like, what is going on? And it's just, but what we see and we don't understand it. It looks just like you're going, what's going on here?
See, and also this is right in line with it, okay? And I'm nothing besides a fair-minded individual, but Hebrew rhymes with Nibiru. It always has and always will. And there's individuals who have very good knowledge about ancient societies. And as I've mentioned before, there's cultures that have, what we've been using for Mandela, residue. There's residue of cultures that are basically invisible in our history lines, like as if they were here, they were from somewhere else, came here, altered things and left. Now I know there's those ancient alien stories and all that stuff, but all that, like, really, what I look at when I see the pyramid culture that existed along the entire face of the plane of this structure that we exist upon, I see a culture and a timeline parallel to everything that exists now or that's ever been recorded to exist. And I wonder if that is in fact like the Nibiru culture and it coming from time to time. And when it comes, all these things kind of reactivate, they're reutilize. And then
I thought about that too. Like, yeah, like everything. And they know about this. So they know about this cyclical nature of how things work and how people are going to act and like, different, the cyclical nature of things and how it's going to change. And then they also add to it, which increases it and does all this stuff. I thought about that, man. I think you're onto something with that, man. And that they're hiding, the way that the universe and the real mysteries they're lying to us about, like the way that space actually operates. I'm not one of these flat earthers that doesn't think space is there. But I don't think it's operating in the way that they just come out and say to, because I have questions on that. I'm like, well, if you're telling me that space is a vacuum and you got rocket ships, like, you know what I'm saying? It just doesn't take a genius to be like, well, what are those rocket ships pressing on to get out of, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are they using?
That's what I'm saying. Like a scramjet engine goes into at that speed, right? It goes into a very high altitude and flies super fast, right? And delivers ordnance in 30 seconds, over 3,200 miles in 30 seconds, right? But that's at a higher altitude. So like, does it go up to the moon? Can it go that far? Or is it just skimming right there on that edge of the atmosphere?
And also, with those stealth bombers, I heard that they have to, when they're sitting on the tarmac, they're actually leaking gas because the way that the rig is set up, it expands, right? So they can't do anything about the expanding thing. So when it's on the ground, it just leaks. Right, it's a big leaky, greasy mess. And then once it expands at altitude, it's an efficient, killing machine. Exactly, and the faster that it goes, I heard it uses less fuel. That's crazy. It does, and that's the greatest part. It goes up there like with a smaller tank. And it can go higher because it takes less thrust to get up to that altitude because you're not pulling a whole bunch of weight with you. Right. I really want to know what kind of with these Elysium ships, and that's what was seen over the Phoenix. That's what's called the Phoenix Lights. And by the way, if you try to research the Phoenix Lights, you'll come up with a bunch of pictures of flares they shot which was after the Phoenix Lights. So don't get confused when you see those flares, because they'll play those flares and they'll be like, oh, this is a Phoenix Lights. No, the Phoenix Lights were an Elysium ship that literally showed up and went over all of Phoenix, and it was massive.
One of my Army homeboys is from Phoenix, and he got out of the Army, right, and he got home, he saw those lights, and I got to go visit him right after that happened. He said it was structured, it was manufactured. There's no way, and he showed me the picture of the flares. Lame.
Exactly, and that's why even the Phoenix Lights is a tool in the tool shed, because what they saw, people were saying that it was a craft that was triangle, like a big triangle, but you could see the stars in the background, but they were muddled. So it was like there was some sort of something on it where I don't know what next generation, camouflage tech, where it was projecting the image that it had behind it, and they said that they would see the moon, and they could tell that it was coming because it would block out stars, and then you could see the, you know what I'm saying? Like it would blot out stars, and then you could see like the refraction of them behind. You know what I'm saying? And it was huge because it went from canyon to canyon, and they went out. Those things are miles long, man. Like, this thing was huge.
It's covering a large area. It's not one aircraft at the very least. But if it is, then it's not one of ours.
I think that it's easy. I'd like to give you guys this little expression real fast. I know that, like, let's say if there was a flood, there's this place over in the southern west corner of Oregon where the Sequoia redwood forest is, and a lot of people think that it was a large, ice age, and then a defrosting, and different events. Maybe that area stayed more or less untouched as far as the northern continents go, or that's where the ice shelf ended, and that's why the sequoias were allowed to exist, because alongside that video that there are no trees on Earth, whatever, right? Is that it?
There are no forests on flat Earth, yeah.
There are no forests on flat Earth, okay? Well, those imperial redwoods that were there before the sequoias, those things were massive up in Portland, and I mean like ridiculously massive. They were straight dinosaur trees, and that land's also called the Land of the Giants. And I keep on seeing other referencing, like that's one of the places where they did some of the filming for Jurassic Park. But I can imagine that when there was a flood, or when the water tables were higher upon the Earth before the caps became as thick and as big as they became, that allowed different types of plant life to go to thrive in different areas than they normally would. But apart from that, though, even thousands of years later, you would expect that some species would die off, or some would change and mutate in order to adapt. But what I've found is that as well in Oregon, there's a couple of ideas that are present. One is that ancient Lemuria used to be where the Hawaiian Islands are now, and that it extended for a very long distance, and that when Lemuria sank and the different geological events occurred, part of the easternmost part of Lemuria rose up under the westernmost part of the United States, and it raised it up in certain areas a great deal, and they can prove that because in that particular area of Oregon, there's more flowers and there's more plants and more diversity in that small area than there is anywhere else in the United States. But that's not what we're really talking about. We're really trying to get at the fact that the higher you go to look for these mushrooms that only grow in Japan and southwestern Oregon, they're very beautiful mushrooms that taste just like you could imagine a perfect baby pine tree might taste. I've had pine nuts, but this is 1,000 times more piney, rich flavor than those pine nuts could ever be. But when you look for these mushrooms, you look for what looks like sea coral on the top of these very large hills in this region of the state that's already quite high and a little ways from the coast. And similarly, in the desert, on some of these high buttes and mountain areas, you find as well plants that seem to mimic things you would find near the bottom, like near the floor of the ocean. And it's strange, but it reminds me of these as below, so above things. And when all this comes to the idea that maybe when the firmament's released and the floodgates open and the water gets covered and the water begins to evaporate and change, we are commonly aware of the water as it exists in its various forms here on Earth. But what about the varying ways that it can exist in other places? I mean, on Venus, it rains and snows metal.
Yeah.
What suppose
metal.
you know if Venus if what's metal if Venus exists as we are told it does. But the idea that I'm getting at more so is just this, and this is the end of this wonderful little expression, is that I think that in space, water is probably the most common, most abundant factor. I mean, they say that the sun is constantly burning hydrogen, right?
Yeah, but yeah,
Okay. So
Very
I'm
fuel.
just, I think that the water that is in space exists in a state that is unique, and we don't necessarily comprehend it. Like, you know how there's,
that's what I said. The fifth element. That's what I said. When it's up there, it's like water, gas, but it's like a fifth element.
in a way that you were speaking a moment ago, and I want to make sure to mention this, is with the scramjets, and I'm in the area right now where the highest aeronautical flight has ever taken place. I'm right there. I just showed videos of SR-71s just yesterday, but they use a tortoise. They puts an air bubble out its nose and around its body to form a pocket of air around its shell. Now, if you think about the weight of the ocean pushing around that air pocket, that's going to propulse that turtle even faster. So the needle points on the front of jets, and as well as the high speeds that they're able to achieve, eventually, once that pocket of plasma energy forms around it, the cold fusion or hot fusion or simple 0 point energy is probably pushing along the back of some of these vessels and allowing them to fly at supersonic speeds. Because just by accident one time, I was looking at some ISS footage, and this is the last thing, but I think you guys will really appreciate it. I was just looking at ISS footage, and I was like, oh, this is a really beautiful shot. I think I'll hit a screenshot on my LG 3 phone, and that takes really efficient screenshots. I mean, it just captures the picture, and all of a sudden, there's like this full-size freaking like saucer ship in front of the camera, and it's huge. It's huge, and it's completely a saucer ship. And I'm like, nah, dude, that ain't no ice particle. That's nothing besides a straight up saucer. But you would have to slow that video down like 5,000 times.
Right, because there's a
They're
lot of.
moving at ridiculous speeds. Like
Yeah, I
nothing
mean,
on this planet.
18,400 miles an hour for your standard orbit for a satellite, for a communications satellite, for a GPS satellite.
So these things are moving at like 100,000 miles an hour. Yeah, these things are moving at what would appear to be, judging, about 85 to 100,000 miles an hour.
So when I can see satellites, I can identify them in the sky, because I work with these Navy pilots, and they show me some tricks, and they'll steadily move across the night sky, right? You can see them. That's 18,000 miles an hour. That's what it looks like.
Hmm.
It is an incredible speed.
Right, and
So I mean, go ahead.
They got those orbs, they perfected the whole thing with the spinning metal and the electricity and the levitation, the whole 0 point field. So when they're humming, I mean, we're talking about miles per hour, but they're like almost like, you know what I'm saying? It's like they're humming.
Yeah,
right.
I mean, it's like they're just cruising through, and there's nothing in their way. Like some of them go out 650 miles, more than that, but like there's no space garbage. There's space garbage everywhere, but there's never any space garbage in the way of these communication satellites.
Right?
Plasma fields,
There's
man.
got to be something holding it right.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Space is done in a whole different way, and
I talk to these guys, right? These pilots, my trainers. Right, they're the best of the best. They're the top guns for the Navy. These pilots, the trainers, and they got aeronautical engineering. They'll talk to me about airframe, expansion at altitude, and they'll discuss, different breathing techniques and stuff like that. But the airframe, the technology that goes into it at altitude is just amazing.
Right. Yeah, what's the dude from the Skunk Works, the Ben Rich? He talked about having the technology to take ET back to the stars. You know what I mean? And it's like, what did he mean by that little nugget? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
If you a pole with a large brass, right, or just create a current, right, like some nano type particle material
Okay, now, brother.
Oh yeah, it's bailing on us.
Become entangled, and you can charge one or move another. No, basically from like.
Yeah, you're burning off, dude.
Yeah, making it
Okay.
bad, super bad.
All right, gentlemen. Well, I'll see what happens, and I'll just keep listening for a while. Okay.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
James, you know that dollar bill or that countdown thing?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. So
Can you
you're
put
on
it
this?
up?
Yeah, Liam
Yeah.
got one of those bills, didn't he?
Can you screen share it even?
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Hold on, dude. It
Cool.
disappeared on me.
No way. Up and left.
There it is. Open this bad boy. All right. But I can't zoom in any farther, I don't think.
No, that's cool. I have a big screen here. I'm looking at it on. So, see down the bottom left, you have an A with kind of 3 pillars.
Yeah,
Where's it gone?
I'm sure
Okay.
that's easily comparable to the triangle and compass.
Yeah, can any of you make out the writing on it? It's like as if it says "We become death." I don't think it's "we," but I see "become death" in the little scroll around
I
it.
do see become death.
I am become death.
I am become death. Wow, thanks a lot for that money. Death money. Here you
Wow.
go. Everybody gonna get
There's
something.
There's a lot on the bill. Look on the opposite side. It says.
I love the owl the best. That's my
Liam,
favorite part. I got the snake down there.
The right corner.
Yeah, I got
The
the
right
snake.
corner down there got a little snake. Looks like an A also, like a triangle also, like a pyramid also.
And how many heads does the dragon have?
I thought just one.
Yeah, I thought just one too. It has a double head?
No, I'm not sure. I was just wondering because if it has 3 heads, would it be anything related to Tiamat from the Incas and Mayan civilization?
No, but I'm thinking more like Kerberos. You know what I mean?
No.
Because Kerberos is what we use in IT for like the top level encryption, as far as like locking down like server farms and stuff like that. Software called Kerberos, and it's a 3-headed dog.
Yeah, it's
from,
like
Greek
guard
mythology.
dog of hell.
That's what I would think. If it was on this dollar going into this market, you know, Kerberos is going to be electronic.
No, I was thinking because the bottom right kind of is that like similar to one of them ancient civilizations, temples,
Right, like the
or
Mayan.
pyramids,
Yes.
the Mayan, yeah.
Yeah.
And weren't they on about Tiamat, the red dragon, which is being linked to Nibiru, kind of, you know, or Planet X, or the other sun.
Bernie, remember that dream I told you about? That's exactly how that bottom right snake in the thing. If you look at it, that's a step pyramid. That's what I dreamed of.
It's a step pyramid. Hey,
that is a step pyramid, and it's
I
like
got
the snakes.
I got a Caduceus tattooed on my chest from when I got my nursing license, and so I always travel with 2 snakes in my staff.
Deadly.
Staff of Hermes.
And so the snake is the truth. That's how I've always seen it. Because when it comes to medical, you have to be objective about everything you do and see, right? So the snake is the truth. That's what I've always felt about that. But I don't know why it's the second snake. I don't know why there's 2. Maybe because there's a true and there's a lie. You gotta know both sides so you can see what's really going on.
Yeah, the serpent wrapped around the staff of Hermes.
Right.
There was also a lot of accounts of the dragon going through the sky. That's what Emmanuel Velikovsky goes on about during the time of the Exodus, and also during the time of the flood,
breathing fire.
there was a serpent or a dragon going across the sky, and that's also connected to. So I think that some people connect like Tiamat to being the bureau, but from what I understand, these are 2 separate things, and that Tiamat was a larger planet that was next to our planet, and Nibiru, basically whoever was on Nibiru or whatever, they blew up Tiamat, and that the water from Tiamat poured into our planet, and that's where the flood came from.
Wow.
There's a lot of water.
Hello?
Hello.
Logan.
Hey! I didn't think it was gonna work.
Nah, you sound great. What's going on? You were talking a whole bunch of numbers that I wasn't hip with. Can you explain that?
Yeah. If you pull up a picture of Liam's bill, and on the back of it, and unfortunately, I don't know if I'm able to see it, so I'm going to have to explain this blind, but that's no big deal. Once you get that up, let me know. And on Liam's actual bill, down in the left-hand corner, there's two sets of numbers, which is 25 and 153.
Wait, what are you saying? You're breaking up, hon.
Am I? Crap.
You're breaking
Hey,
up.
where are those numbers at? Lower left? Where at?
Yeah, on the back.
Okay.
What's it called? Liam's bill?
Crap, I can't see it because I'm on my phone.
It's on Liam's bill.
LiamXmail, my
The bill at the countdown.
Yeah, your bill, Liam. The one you were showing.
The bill at
Oh,
the
I had
countdown.
it up. I had it up. What's up?
No, not the countdown one. The actual bill.
Oh, the actual bill.
Yeah, not the countdown. That's just a website. I'm talking about
Where-
the actual bill.
Where do you get
now
that?
write this on. Go to Reddit and look up "Bad About to Lose Your Minds." Do you guys know, like, the people who are serious, like, heavy truthers? They don't even sleeping anymore because of this stupid bill and this. Stop sleeping. They're just like, we gotta figure this out. We're gonna do it.
Well, you know, people can be a little obsessive sometimes.
Yeah. Now look at, just so while we're going to this, in the top left corner of the bill above the money sign, there's the snake, and right there above the snake it says "Weaving spiders come not," which is the Bohemian Grove motto.
That's like all you truthers up late at night, come not.
Hey, what am I doing?
Go home and don't say nothing.
Okay, you got it up. Can you see the numbers?
No, you gotta go to the Reddit and then you gotta go to all information found.
Dude,
Hold
you're
on,
like.
hold on. I just had the link up. Let me screen share.
Yeah.
Screen share.
I'm gonna screen share and present to everybody.
Get me out of here.
Presenting to everyone. All right, guys. Y'all seeing this?
Donald Trump.
All right, all known information.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, I'm here.
Now go to the back where it shows the 25.
You talking about click on this one?
Yeah, just the back of the bill.
This click on the image.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna do
You
that.
guys are looking at the front with Hillary and Clinton. We want to see the back where the snake is. Or with Clinton and Trump. I think it was on the back, or was it on the front, Liam? Am I mistaken? You know what I'm talking about, where there's 25 in one little area, and then a little space, and then in the bottom.
25 and 45 are on the front.
Okay. You guys are looking at there's 25, 45, 1S312, or that could be a 5.
See, I thought that was a 5. The 1S, I thought that was a 5.
I love that Roman eagle right up on top of that UN sign. That's UN money. I love everything about it.
Is there a CNN logo in that?
Well, this is familiar. AUAG. Sure, you all know that from the Denver
Silver
airport.
and gold, like a silver and gold back money.
Well, do you guys think that's an S, or is that a 5? The 15312, or is it 1S?
It's an S, like a security kind of.
It's like an F.
Damn it. Well, so much for all that.
No. Please go on. Please go on.
Yes, go on.
If you were to take 25 and divide it by 15312, that gives you a total of 612.48. You drop off the 48, leaves you with 612, which is 666 to begin with. Which then I started thinking about it, and to me that 612.48 looked like a Dewey Decimal System. So I looked it up, and in the Dewey Decimal System, the 600s cover technology.
like the internet.
Right.
Well done.
And then I started thinking about it, and I thought 612, I immediately think Bible verse. Well, there are a lot of very powerful book 6, verse 12, or chapter 6, verse 12s in the Bible. But what I found strange was there are only 21 books in the Bible that don't have a chapter 6, verse 12. And 21 is 777.
Right.
Very interesting.
Well done.
Yeah.
I just thought that was kind of interesting.
That's also crazy because like my unit in Germany was the 412 infantry, and then when we got back, we reflagged to the 612 infantry. I mean 26 infantry.
There you go.
So that's what's up. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, and you think about it, all the 612 Bible verses. I mean, you got Genesis 612. You've got First Samuel. You got Ephesians. You've got Revelations. That all seem to have a very similar theme.
Right.
I've never looked at the Bible in what books have this specific number.
They threw the flat earth.
Now, do you guys want to pull up?
They threw up the flat earth. Right.
Here's TT, which could, if you put those together, it could make pi, or it could be 28, the 14th letter.
Okay. Now look at the top of the P. Look at the P in peace, and look at the I next to it for pi.
Pi. I see it.
Okay.
Pi.
Now on the back of the bill, if you look at it, and this is pretty good info, guys, and it's I don't know if anybody else has brought this up because a friend of mine was the one who pointed it out to me. On the other side of the bill, which you'll have to find the photo for, but you see
How do I get to that?
There should be another photograph on there. If not, you remember somebody had it up earlier, the dragon.
Does anybody know what that Japanese character is?
It says it right here on this Reddit, but what it doesn't say is that on the back of the bill in front of the is that the Lincoln Memorial? Is that correct? The Lincoln Monument?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you guys remember the CERN ritual where the woman was stabbed in the stomach with a sword just a few weeks ago?
How could we forget? Yeah.
Yeah, look at the image of the woman laying on the ground and underneath the crack.
The long hair. Isn't there something behind her too? In there.
And if you use magnifying glasses on some of these images, it's not necessarily like Lincoln up in there, and it's not. There's also something in the background there. Okay, there's the image, and you might have to zoom it. Okay.
Cracking the Union in half. They're gonna split the Union in half.
And everybody's still bowing and praying. Now, also, all those,
watch Texas. They're gonna try to split off.
Now, all those names up there are the names of Supreme Court justices of the past and of the present, and they are positioned. Their names are positioned according to their allegiance, whether they are liberal or conservative.
Right.
Okay.
I see the initials right there. Yeah.
Now, but again, if you zoom in as much as possible, others with good technology have said that that's not Lincoln up in the memorial, that it's actually like some alien. And look at down there in the crack as well. It also looks like there's some creature or some being in the back there.
Like some dead bodies from a battle.
Looks like a woman with a dagger in her.
Okay, yes, that's correct. And isn't that very similar to the CERN video?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, how did they do that? How did these people get all this associated together? People who are studying this are really, really concerned by it, because look at don't tread on me.
And we'll look at the head of the Statue of Liberty over here. The head's cut off. Of course.
It's a self-portrait of the artist, possibly. The guy spray painting on the side of the Statue of Liberty.
Now look at this. Are you seeing this inside the 16?
Is that the Eye of Horus again? I didn't even notice that before.
Oh wow! Yeah, it's upside down. Yeah.
No.
It looks like an eye standing on legs.
It sure is.
Look at this.
That circle, it sure is.
See?
Okay.
Look at
Yeah.
that.
Who is that fella right
at you.
there? Who is that fella?
It's like an eye with a pair of legs.
Open it. You made it bigger a second ago, or is that as big as you can get it? Because it looks like you can see more.
That one image does kind of look like what's on that New Mexico flag.
Okay.
From tribal.
I almost was wondering if you look like a rifleman, like a sniper.
I think it looks Egyptian to me.
It does look Egyptian, like the Eye of Horus, but it's been
very similar to it because you see the eye here. See how it looks like the Eye of Ra because it goes down like this and then like this, and looks like the Eye of Ra's in the middle of the 6.
Now down by her left, okay, you see, don't go too far. That looks like a sword piercing some type of menorah. And people in high ranking intelligence communities, like who are straight and fair bad people, but I've been able to communicate with people who are communication. They said that those are the gates of hell.
IHI?
Right there in between the dragon and the Statue of Liberty, beneath that compass, those runes are the gates of hell. That's what they say. The government says that's what the gates of hell look like.
That's what New York looked like when you look down the street on 9/11. That's what was sticking up, was like kind of this like resemblance, but it was like a little bit more diagonal, and it was like smoking, and it looked like hell.
And do you see the guy spraying the graffiti?
Yeah, bad self.
Okay. And it says, "Thanks, Mr. Teeth." Look at right there in red letters on the border of the bill. It says, is that the one that says teeth, or what? Where? Look at in red letters, and then there's the Roman numerals, and then above it there's red letters.
Wait, what?
Okay, right there you have Roman numerals. You see on the right-hand side of the border of the bill.
Yeah.
MMX 2017, is it?
That Super Bowl 57.
And up above it is thanks. Is that what it says? Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
So this is like going to be like a company that's like making like Bad Self Eater, right?
Yeah, it's got to be his tagger name.
I'll be so pissed when Bad Self Eater is just like a juice company.
But now, do you see beneath the Statue of Liberty on the border? It also says 501c3. We can't figure out the title of the book that the dragon has his right arm on.
Look, but this
churches.
VII is 2017. This is pointing to 2017. So are they saying that this is all going to take place in 2017? Maybe
about September 2017.
As soon as that new president gets sworn in, that's when we get that new money.
Yep.
Isn't Obama still in until 2017?
Now,
January.
have you guys watched the YouTube video? Have you guys watched the video that they put out for this yet? I would think you have.
Haven't.
Okay, you can go to Mr. Teeth on Facebook, and he has a Facebook page for all this. And the video is part of the video opens with those construction workers coming down those giant flat screens at the Gotthard Tunnel opening ceremony, but it's only 1 second of them descending, like they're falling onto the ground, and then you hear them crash. Then you hear a bunch of chaotic sounds, and then you hear Bush talking in the background, and then it ends.
All right.
Yeah, I'm about. I gotta go check on these kids in the morning. Got that 4-year-old keeping me busy.
All right, brother.
So hey, medic out, and see y'all later.
See you later, Lone Star.
All right,
good night, brother.
Good talking to you as always, man.
Man, it's been great. This was a good night for real.
Fantastic, man.
Good night, medic.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I had to put a different battery in my phone. It died, but I was out for a second. But
okay.
You know, here's what I'm wondering about. Okay, I've been thinking about some stuff, and I see what's going on, and to me, it looks like we're gonna go to war with every single country and try and take the whole world. And all the crap with the false flags and all that, I think all of it's just all big setup. It doesn't really matter who the president is. I mean,
exactly.
Honestly, do you guys know what happened to Putin's Mercedes earlier this week, right?
Yeah.
Right. My honest opinion is Obama did that because him and Putin were meeting And Obama was talking about, you know, how there was a lack of trust or whatever. And then what was it, 24 or 48 hours later, they try and kill Putin?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and obviously we're going to go to war, a full out war with Russia, like with the country itself in it too, not
See,
just
I think
what's going on in Syria.
yeah,
You know what I'm
and I agree
saying?
with you. I agree with you completely, and that's kind of a lot of what I think. I think this is just kind of a last promissory contract for all of us to say, whoa.
Liam, has anybody looked into the gematria here of dance to your DNA?
Okay, and not only that, but watch. Oh wait, you're on the backside of the bill, but when you get back to the
Yeah,
front,
yeah.
no.
Dance to your DNA is 160. You don't use the 0, so you drop the 0. It's a 16. It's a, you know, you have the 16 on the bill, you know, for 2016, but you also have the 2017 right here. And what is this? What are these characters right here? You have
It's a
one.
thanks. It says thanks M, and then on the other side it says R teeth. Thanks M, and on the other side it says R teeth for thanks Mr. Teeth. Now, can I screen share for a moment? Is that
Yes,
okay?
absolutely. All right, I'm gonna hand it over to you, and take it away, buddy.
Okay, I think you guys should be getting. Let me make sure. I just want to make sure you guys get the one I want you to get. Okay. You are screen sharing, and let's see if it will let it go.
I'm gonna present to everybody.
All right, there we go. And then I'm gonna move this down. So let me know if you guys get that. And
Yeah, we see it.
so once it starts, now I'll start with the most recent, and then we'll work back quickly from the beginning. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
The last post by Mr. Teeth, which it just said on the bill, it says thanks M R Teeth. You know, thanks Mr. Teeth. And it says, we have placed our hopes and fears in the wrong people. And when you click on the image, you can see the version of this. It has clatter. And the comments are all, I feel like this is taking a turn for some religious bullshit, so I don't know. I'm not interested much anymore, but if it turns out not to be, then okay, I'll be back. All kinds of different stuff. Look at 20 comments, shares,
Absolutely.
to generate too much of a
You're
buzz.
breaking
Okay,
up, brother. You're breaking up, homie.
Okay, I'll keep my commentary limited. Hopefully, you can see the screen.
Yep.
Okay, we're still working down. Well, we were. Okay, because we got, and as look at, I wonder if somebody's gonna try to fold it sideways. I haven't thought about that yet. Damn it. Because I've talked to
Liam, fold it in a pentagram, like the Jonathan Kleck method.
Okay, all right. I've talked to Mr. Teeth. I posted the video. This one was when we got pissed. You see that? Not because they might have killed a bird, but because of what that might mean.
Who filmed that?
I'm trying to go slow so we don't bounce around. This was posted by Mr. Teeth. I called him Beast Bills.
What's so funny?
You're like, who filmed that?
Wasn't a bird anyway.
Liam.
Yes.
Keep going, brother.
Okay. That painting right there, that painting a moment ago, that was posted on this page very quickly. Now there was this big thing that was done by Sony, Standard Oil of New York, where they took like this. So
Breaking up, brother.
Yep.
I can't believe nobody's folded that into a pentagon yet. That's crazy. That would have been the first thing I would have done with the thing.
What's up?
What do you guys?
A profile pic.
What do you guys think about this whole possible stadium problem that we got going?
What stadium problem?
Well, did you hear about in Cincinnati? What was that, Friday night, that there was 2 high school games that had bomb threats?
Oh yeah, they've
And
had
they
that
stopped-
here in Europe too.
And they stopped the games, and they're putting out warnings now, like at all the big stadiums.
That's how they prepare you. That's called mind control.
Well, here's the thing. I know that they did it. The military was doing some testing or whatever at Fenway Park. They were doing drills there, and that was about 2 months ago, 3 months ago. And then recently too, they did some drills in Chicago, where the Chicago Cubs play. And that's when I started having these red flags. I'm like, these guys are going to try and blow up stadiums. And it's like, how fitting would it be on 9/11, the first opening week of football, and they blow up about 4 or 5 of them? You know what I mean? And then they set up another big false flag. That's what I think. I don't know what's going to happen there, but it just seems like they're going to try to. I think you're talking 60 to 70. Some of the stadiums, they hold 100,000 people. They could kill a lot of people at once. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, and they obviously already tried that with in France or London, where they
with the prime minister was there or whatever or something.
Yeah, it was during a France and Germany friendly game. The Prime Minister of France and Germany, maybe not Germany, was there, but the Prime Minister of France or the President was there anyway.
Yeah.
It blew up while the match was going, like somewhere in the stadium.
Yeah, it sure did.
But you see that dollar thing? You know the way the eagle is up over the UN symbol? Well, the Nazis had the eagle, and so did the Romans, and they both tried to conquer the world. So why is the UN not going to do that?
The eagle is also another symbol for the serpent as well.
That's just what I gathered from it, you know.
Yeah, the eagle's pretty much the phoenix, which is the Ouroboros. They're all tied synonymously.
And isn't that tied in with fascism somehow? Because it's like, it's always they always got the fasci. It's like they're going fast. They're really going fascist though, real quick here.
Yeah, that was a moniker of fascism back in the day. I don't know if they still use it or not, but in the fascist camps, I'm pretty sure they do.
What about if they try to blow some stadiums up here in Europe, not just in America? Because, I mean, Germany is recently getting troops ready, reserve
But this
troops.
is how they're creating a global community. See, they're affecting everybody with the same thing, the same boogeyman, and they're going to create the Hegelian dialectic, and then the third pillar, which is the hidden pillar in Masonic orders, is the pillar that you want to get to. And, you use the other two and you get to that one. You know what I'm saying? By using a Hegelian dialectic back and forth type of way. Divide and conquer.
Oh, yeah, I know that one.
But they're taking it to a whole new level. Because now that they've used America to basically gain enough funds and enough strongholds and enough places to make, their moves. I mean, they still don't have all of it secure, but they're, you know, the way that they are within the order and do all that, it's all networked out. So the grid is in place. They just have to make some moves, and they got to make some tough ones. That's why you see in publications them almost like reassuring themselves that it's going to be okay. Like, you got to crack a few eggs and, you know, to make an omelet and stuff. It's like, wait a minute, they're about to do something dirty.
Yeah, with that Newsweek article, you can't conquer the world without cracking a few eggs. The prime of Jeff Bezos. It looked like the guy from iPet Goat.
You know what I'm saying? That's sketchy.
It definitely.
That they're talking about the breaking of the primordial egg, and what I wanted to get into with the reset, even though we possibly like stopped a false flag, I think the big part of it was that it was a celebration of the breaking of the cosmic egg, and that's why you're seeing all this goo on the monuments and stuff like that, and all these renovations. Whatever they're doing, it doesn't have to do with the 555 above. It's about the 111 below. It's what they're working on down there. It has, I guarantee, it has nothing to do with the elevator systems. You know, because nobody stops to think about, well, what goes down in that 111 feet? You know what I mean? That's quite a bit of space.
That's an awful lot of space. Yeah.
Absolutely, and nobody knows what goes on down there. I don't think anybody even has pictures of the area. If anybody does, I'd love to see him.
This is now, you're talking about the Washington Monument, right?
Yes. Yeah, well, 550 feet above, and
you know that below that water, I bet there's some sort of something too. It's a satanic double image, like reversal image. You see what I'm saying? So they did everything.
Well, yeah. As above, so below. I mean, that's shown in the water, but it's also actually within the monument itself. Because, but I don't think I've ever seen a single picture of anything within the monument. And you know, we can only kind of theorize as to what is going on down there, what they could have.
Well, they got black goo growing out of it, so it's not something good.
That's something they planted, I think, in my opinion, because what we're talking about, the cosmic egg or the primordial egg here, that you know, the same egg you saw with the serpent wrapped around it in iPet Goat, the same one you saw in Newsweek with Jeff Bezos, who resembled the man from iPet Goat who was talking to the little boy. The little boy said, "Help me." The guy's yelling at him. He says, "Brexit, markets plunge, etc." But he's screaming things to this boy, and this boy wakes up and he rises up after having a whole bunch of propaganda pumped into him, and he starts to do the whirling dervish.
And that's where you see that whirling dervish an awful lot. You saw that at the tunnel ritual.
Well, yeah, and that the dance that they do is actually, and like the purpose of the whirling dervish thing is to be an allegory for time portals and the worm.
You're talking about that demonic dance that they were doing?
The what?
The demonic opening or whatever that they were showing, that they were doing with the different angels and the ones flying in the air and all that.
Yeah, they had a specific one where the dude was actually on a whirling, like they were on like these whirling dervishes, like going into this vortex, like back in the back where they did that whole thing. Yeah, and they kept repeating it, and it was there's a whole symbolism of coming through to the other side. They're doing all kinds of rituals. You know something's coming through.
I've seen a couple different ones of them, where they have the grand openings or whatever. And it's really, really freaky crap. But the one thing I was going to say too is, wasn't there not too long ago they were trying to do, like, they were going to like resurrect the devil on that by the Washington Monument?
Well, they're trying to resurrect Osiris, and that's what they were pointing at with the reset. And if you take "This is our commissioning" and you unscramble it, because you know they like their word scrambles and anagrams with "fill them all," so on. You know, you take "This is our commissioning," you get cosmic mission, incoming, Osiris, Isis, Christ, soon. You get all kinds of stuff. But all of it had to do with Osiris, with the Arcanum 16, the lightning striking the monument. It did happen. So they are definitely referring to Osiris. And think about the irony if ISIS would have allegedly attacked that day, and claimed responsibility would have had Isis and Osiris reuniting to be part of their. They're channeling energy into their spells, because I think they're trying to invoke these entities.
In CERN, aren't they trying to open up portals and dimensional holes and all this crack? And sure, if the whole economic collapse does come around and they are opening portals, bringing through whatever, that'd have to be having an effect, even if they're only temporarily opening gateways to other dimensions, so to say. Like that black goo and all.
Well, yes, some kind of demons are going to probably get through something, you know?
Well, if not already, I mean, like things like when the president, and I know they use these things to make global events, that they do all kinds of like these things, like these events. They have these lifetime actors. I was reading, listening to Devlin today, and he was going off on the higher side chats on some crazy stuff about how there's lifetime actors and there's these people that are basically set into motion with a whole agenda, and everything basically is locked into place. And then you basically are used within your life for this agenda. And this agenda is the syndicate. You know what I'm saying? I lost my train of thought. Fuck. Sorry about that.
Yeah, like they have their one purpose, like say they be an actor or a politician and they keep on that roadway their whole life and they don't even know what they've just been part of, kind of.
They were talking about Bono in that, and then they were also talking about Ken Kesey and all those, poets and authors and all that stuff. That was a whole infiltrated scene. I mean, have you ever looked into the music scene and how Laurel Canyon was like a mirror image of like all the kids of the military intelligence were all the ones getting, being stars, and all this being used for all these like operations that have to do with like a lot of people being seen. The military they knew when that TV was coming out, they had to take hold of it right away. You know what I'm saying? It was how they used it in different situations, but they've always had control. Like the moon landings.
Yeah, like the next step up from radio. It's not just audio, it's visual now as well. We can do so much more with that kind of.
For the NASA stuff for the moon, they put out big screen TVs in like Central Park, and they rolled them out all over the United States to have people watch these screens of the moon landing. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you think about the military doing that. They're doing that for, there's obviously psychological reasons.
Yeah, like similar to the way you would have, say, if Ireland was in the World Cup, and then you'd have big sports stadiums, have big screens there for people to go in and watch the World Cup there, Same thing, like.
Right.
It's just to keep them interested,
They need to imprint the memory, even though they weren't actually there. So that's what like creates the resistance when you try to prove these things wrong, because people are like, they feel like they were there, like, oh, I witnessed it live on TV, so therefore I'm like a verifiable witness.
That's a big one. That's how I've gotten to depth of how they use people's natural reaction, whether it be a bomb, they do a loud noise, whatever it is, to scare the people, and then filming that actual being scared and that feeling, because they know acting doesn't get through what people know real. You know what I'm saying? So they do something in order to get the people moving.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, there's acting scared and there's actually being scared. Like, I mean, I have post-traumatic stress disorder years now. And, like, sometimes I'll be making a cup of tea or whatever, and someone would knock a fridge magnet off the fridge, and it lifts me out of it. Like, one time even I turned around and said, oh, yeah, I should just drop a building behind me, why don't you? Kind of give a funny reaction and start screaming, But definitely, real fear is better than acted fear.
And they know that. So that's why in these like situations like Sandy Hook, that was a capstone event. So they knew this was a government-run city for this event. You know what I'm saying? And for these capstone events, it's like to get it started, they moved the Overton window over and over and over, and they do it just in little ways, and they keep going. You know what I'm saying? Until you look down the road and they've covered ground.
Yeah. Before you know it, the agenda has moved on, and you're like, oh, I wasn't able to keep up with that. I'm like 20 miles behind.
But that's how they keep going, is they will just do this. They'll implement that. At least they got that far, and then they'll move out. And then sometimes they'll do stuff that you're like, oh my God, how can this happen? Like in America, and they just do stuff, and it's like that's mind control. It's repetitive. It's projected. You know, it's what everybody is like. When you see it on the news, that has such a gnarly psychological effect. You know, people don't know how to get out of that because that's all they do. You don't know how to get to.
Yeah, I know that one, but like I find the one that's a real kind of bring someone down to earth is, you know, when you're talking about, say, NSA spying or GCHQ spying, and you say to them, oh, they're reading your emails, they're reading your texts, and like, I don't care, you know. You turn around and say, well, give us a look at your text messages. Let me have a look. And it's like, oh, fuck you, you know. And then you're like, why aren't you feeling the same way about 1,000 different people in 1,000 different rooms looking at your stuff?
I know. I got into a fucking thing where I was taking a Twitter picture and it was not at the right place, bro. And got into a whole scene with this guy, and it got racial like right off the bat, and I was like, whoa. And it was not the right place. It was just like really bad everything.
Oh man, I noticed that a lot. Like it's almost like everyone around is like a manipulated drone, just itching for the racism or the offending something.
Absolutely, they're itching for it. That's how it feels.
Yeah, oh man, I get it all the time. Like, you know, and it's like even if you just like scream at some kid, hey, don't run out on the road, you get run down. It's like you almost have a queue of parents going, did you just scream at my kid? And you're like, oh, hold on, why don't I throw him out in front of the car for you? You know.
Right, and that's what they use. See, the way that they devise it, they get they could do whatever. Like, you know, when they pass a law, people are like, they passed the law and they did the law thing and blah blah blah. You know what I'm saying? It's like whatever. Yeah. When you have the whole thing bought, what are you talking about?
Oh, like.
And we're supposed to. The people that were that had the money were coming after America. They didn't like America. At least we were rebels in that sense. You know what I'm saying? We got out and we were like, no, we're gonna go ahead and do our own thing over here. We don't owe you any taxes. Goodbye. You know what I'm saying? And we sold out to those people.
Oh yeah, sure. It's literally taken over time, so to say.
Exactly.
Sure,
and that's how they do it.
Yeah, if you look at the world map, even like where is most of the war going on outside of like where there's just war? It's all the remnants of the British Empire. You look at the British Empire in the height of its reign, they nearly had the whole planet, like. And when they start getting receding and bet back, well, they're just taking over places by stealth and through economic warfare and various other things, like.
The truth is, they don't even need to drop bombs. What they're dealing with now is just as potent, if not worse.
Oh, definitely. Like, I mean, if you can just have the population of a place turn on itself, you don't need to send anyone in to take them out.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what they're doing. They know, like, when I drive down just California's highways, I'm like, how can they get all of this? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, how can they really do that? But then I'm like, they can push the right buttons. Like, you see the way that they're doing. They did Tianjin and they did those ports, and now we're feeling the effects. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's going to be a full economic thing right now, but at least I'm seeing stuff over here in California not being able to get it. You know what I'm saying? And it's a shipping problem here. It's actually you know what I'm saying? So, but they do these events and they're structuring their new world order. Basically, they use America to get prosperous and rich. And I mean, rich in the fact that you have networked everything and you have like an army and it's, you know what I'm saying? Like, they networked out, they used America to get that power globally, ruin a couple of countries and get more. But now they want to transfer that America that they built into the global.
Yeah, and sure, the people holding up these shipping containers that's costing millions, causing people to lose their will and their life and their mind, all that, like, they could probably easily afford to sink them and not even feel like they dropped their wallet, you know?
Right. Well, yeah, Hanjin is going bankrupt, and I'm going, I don't understand. If there's only a couple $1 million tied to that boat, but there's a couple billion, that's a good return. I'm like, how are you bankrupt? Even with those explosions, how are you bankrupt? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And it's all planned. It's all they got basically they got a hold of a Chinese company, this company, that company. They own most everything, or they have a piece in everything. And they use that, and then they will create that explosion, that thing on their thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, they'll use their building and their, like 9/11, that was their creation. You know what I'm saying? And it was like they built those buildings just to bring them down. If you know what set me over the edge is I saw when they built that, they had a picture, and on the clock is 9/11, and I was just like that. They kept that theme going, and they knew it was a secret, and they liked it.
Yeah, man, like, once you start noticing stuff like this, it's not as if you can just go, oh, well, I'm not going to pay attention to that anymore, because you just can't.
You can't.
It's like, the guys that do parkour, kind of free run and stuff. Like, I do a bit of it. I'm not too good anymore. Like, but once you get into doing that kind of stuff, like, you can see everywhere you go the ability where, oh, well, I could pull a flip on that. I could pull a cartwheel over that. I could roll under that kind of, and it's the same when you're awake to stuff like this. You can see through things. You know what I mean? Same way you can see a wall and you can go, right, well, I can put one hand there and I can flip over,
And this is what they were talking about with the awakening and all that. I think they knew about this, and they're kind of trying to write it, because that's what I heard once, is that the Illuminati doesn't really make it. They basically have the book to life, and they ride the wave. You know what I'm saying? They basically, so when people talk about them funding both sides, of the wars, like, I think they're funneling basically human nature. They've got to that point,
Yeah, like, if they know there's like 8 billion people on the planet, and say 4.5 are awake to what they're doing, well, they can easily put out the information and the way to steer that awakening in a direction that's maybe keeping some asleep, and maybe it's waking others up quicker, but they could probably still be controlling what's coming out, what they're giving away, so to say, to push us in a direction.
Yeah, I know. They're using every branch they have right now. So think about it. If they used all this time to conquer all the inner, they have the schools and enough of the infrastructure, and they have enough of politicians, and they have enough army, and they have enough all this stuff to basically settle out of the area and then just create the thing over here. You know what I'm saying? They even put it out. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're stuck in the war zone, and they're like, this is what we're going to do. But it's a slow war zone, but I think it'll get hot.
Oh, things is quickening up for definite. Like, I mean, you heard about that North Korean nuclear explosion recently, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, man, like, that came in on my computer 1 minute after it happened, because I have, like, seismic monitoring, complete planet-wide coverage, all that, like, but, I mean, I've seen it before twice, but this one was a bit stronger. But, I mean, what's to stop that fella from just lobbing a nuke over to Japan?
No, what I'm
saying
South Korea is you got to look at it this way. They're probably on such a level that they're firing a rod from God to give a signature in that area, so they could blame this dude. This guy probably has no idea. This guy's probably like not even, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, like, he's like under manipulation, kind of.
Yeah, dude, like, we don't know anything. Like, we're getting all this stuff over there. Like, I don't know who this dude is. Like, they're telling us all this horrible stuff. But they told us all that about all them guys.
Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi. Yeah.
They demonize him, and that's what they're doing with the American people right now. Or the global people. They're diminishing them. They're diminishing them.
Everything is turning global.
It is turning global. You can feel it.
all the movies that have been out in the last 2 years, like I haven't watched all of them, so to say, but like the James Bond Spectre, New World Order mentioned straight off the bat in like 20 minutes in. And then there was others recently, the new Bourne movie, New
Now
World
you
Order.
too.
And
now
like
too, that has it too.
I seen one, I only watched one recently. It's an animation movie from 2014, Appleseed Alpha, but it's basically a story set after the Third World War. But there's like this crazy cyborg dude, and literally he's on about using this weapon called, what was that? It was a Olympus weapon, and he was on about using that to shape a new world order. And I was like, good God, this is really sticking it out there, you know? But like, they only put the line once in the movie, but once is enough, kind of, you know?
Yeah, it's this energy thing they got going on that they literally could like pinpoint and GPS any point and do any, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like they call that, I believe, superior, you know, all around 360, you know, whatever it's called. I forgot what it's called, but they give it a name.
Oh yeah, like it's like the whole the devil has to let you know what he's doing before he can do a thing, yeah.
Well, right now I think there's a couple things acting out. There's God is acting out, but the devil's making his move. But also you see, like, it's crazy what's going on. There's all kinds of levels. Then there's the military preparing. You know, everybody's kind of seeing that like some gnarly shit, like a gnarly wave is coming. You know what I'm saying? So like everybody's mobilizing.
Yeah, sure. European countries here are advising their citizens, Germany, Czech Republic, Sweden, various others, to have 10 days food and water stocked up in case of a catastrophic event. Not saying what exactly it will be, but there's a couple of European nations now doing it, and like people are going, well, what is actually going to be going on that they're telling people to keep at least 10 days food and water?
Well,
you know,
didn't Germany just got 130,000 soldiers ready to go?
Yeah, I was on about that earlier. You have all the reserve troops and all. They're getting them all prepared and ready for, I don't know, some kind of internal threat or something.
And now this is what they do. When there's not a war, they get everybody, they basically run a global military drill, right? And they have global military actors. And they put a global war simulation on, but it's real time. You get me?
Yeah.
That's what they're doing right now. That's the play they're running.
It's like synchronized drills from all different countries. They're meant to be enemies, but they're playing on the borders, kind of.
That's what I was talking about. The 2 stadium drills that they did, and they were really big stadiums here. And then all of a sudden, there's this big stadium scare. And I've been telling my girlfriend for a while now, for a couple of months. I said, I think something big's going to happen at a stadium. And I just think they're setting up for a huge false flag, because honestly, my theory is when they go and they do these drills, they go in there and they hire actors and they make it realistic as they can. But I also think that they sit and they take pictures and stuff like that. And then later on, when they pull the false flag, they've already got the pictures and stuff of what happened. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think that's why they do these drills.
Well,
so then they can set up the false flag later. You see what I mean?
Yeah, and look, they don't do these training exercises or drills for something that they're not going to be getting into. You know, like you don't go scuba diving training if you're never going to go scuba diving.
That's why, okay, as you enlist in the military, you go in, there's a certain regiment. It's been tweaked all this way, but now you're starting to see it tweak towards the American people. And you're basically doing that slowly and incrementally. What are you doing? You're psychologically demeaning the enemy, which is the American people, the same pool that you're pulling out of. But you see what I'm saying? It's like, how is this going to work? So I think they might use, like, they're getting basically ready to do, and they're also patterning a whole homegrown terrorist. See what I'm saying? So basically they just put out these bleeps, right? They're nothing. All they are is just a little blip on the screen, but they have enough of these, and they've made computer models where they know enough of these will create the overall agenda. You know what I'm saying? Overall agenda.
Yeah.
So they plan each one. You see what I'm saying? And they're just popping them off right now. They're popping them off.
It's like a chapter in a book, and they go through and they do the first chapter, and then they do the second chapter, and they keep going on, and it slowly builds it all up into what they do. Like the whole thing with 9/11, that was a slow build-up. You know what I mean? They slowly worked their way up. And
But
then,
if you remember, in my psyche, what came to mind as soon as I heard that they were hit was Bush, Bin Laden. That instantly came to mind. So I already had a connection somehow.
I can remember that day, and like I was coming home from school that day, and I kind of seen the stuff on the telly in a shop, and because about a week beforehand here in Ireland, the Tower of Inferno was on, and we watched it, and like I was like, oh, they couldn't be showing that movie again, and walked on home. Next thing I get home, the parents are looking at it live on the news. I'm like, hey, wait a minute. And then what struck me was, so in the most guarded airspace on Earth, how did they manage to fly a jet into a tower? I'm sitting there scratching my head. And then
how did they fly it into the How did they fly it into the the Pentagon? I mean,
yeah, exactly. You know, and like when the second plane came in and hit, then I was like, and this is how many minutes after it? And I was thinking, why isn't that skyline full of F-16s and all sorts?
Because Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld changed the shoot-down order just like a month, 3 weeks prior. And then changed it. So I mean, it was like all big. That was the American global. That was like a whole setup. And by the way, that day they were running all kinds of drills where they took the people out of here. They took the FBI, the head FBI over here. They did this. They planted evidence here. They did this. Bam, bam. They had a whole scene going down.
Yeah, and didn't they have like the top 20, top everyone of NORAD away in Vegas or something like?
That's what I'm saying. They move people that they don't want, the people that they know will get there. That's one of the things. Then another thing is they get everybody distracted by running simultaneous operations. And then they get key things in place, like they had the vans come up like a couple weeks or just a week into it, 3 weeks into it, and they put something into that building, probably det cord, something, or that's the shit they use. I don't know. Gets deep. But then when they ran it, like they had everything into play. Also, you got to see this big book coming towards them, because then they were saying stuff about all these things, and when they hit him, they hit the head of investigation. They got these people, definitely. These people were the people that had like books on these people, and it gets so deep, you're like, oh my, and then the gold disappears.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It was like a huge heist.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pulled all the gold reserve out from underneath there. And if we would have known that, we would.
That's really what it was. It was a bunch of like bucking, like people from the military that wanted to run like a real operation, like global operation, and they were running that, and they were like, "Shut your mouth." Yeah, it goes all the way up to the vice president, probably the president.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He's like, "Shut your mouth." Yes, of course the order still stands. Wait a minute, is that? Am I not hearing that right? Because that sounds like treason to me.
Didn't too? They still don't even know where that gold is, from what I understand.
Well, they took it.
No, I know, but they took it and they made it disappear, and we don't know where it is.
Right. Well, they're not going to advertise it after, obviously, but yeah, I mean, they're obviously making their move with it. That was probably the money that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Germany's asked for their money and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, they probably took a whole scene. They probably looted America, shot it in the back of the head, and then bounced out. The New World Order, they had to do one last, type of thing. You know what I'm saying? They got a full regime into play. Because slowly they're starting to, there was a time when presidents went like against it. They kind of compromised, but they did some things. This last like run of presidents, like 4 presidents, ever since Reagan, the presidents took us into, like, they sold out. They did the final paycheck, and they've been selling out all the way down. but they've been that used to be like getting a whole, doing all kinds of like above type things, but they put in their network just slowly. You know what I'm saying? They set it in, and they used all the basically the veins that America laid down. They just infiltrated like a virus. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and like that whole hitting the Pentagon with a plane. How is that possible when there's like classified SAM launchers can come up out of ground or out of roof and hit planes out of the sky heading for that?
Exactly.
Like, why weren't they operational?
No plane ever hit the Pentagon.
Yeah, more like a missile.
But they had a plane fly over, so everybody heard it and saw it and everything.
Yeah.
My whole theory is that I kind of have an idea of exactly how they pulled off the 9/11 with the planes. The planes never hit the towers neither. I don't believe that because I seen a video where
I know the tip disappears and the wing.
Yeah, and the sky is split perfect, and it's perfectly clear on one side, and it's all messed up on the other side. And the plane flies from one side to the other, and it disappears.
Yeah, it's blue beam. It's blue beam.
Yep, and I think that's exactly what they did on 9/11. Them planes never hit it. They flew past it, and they disappeared behind the curtain. And then they hit their C4 and all their other good stuff that they had been putting in there during the week. They had these guys or whatever that were disguised as workers or whatever. And in the meantime, they were loading it up, ready to bomb it and blow it up. You know what I mean? I didn't know what I knew back then neither. My buddy then watched that one movie with where they exploit everything that happened. I think it was that Michael movie or whatever. I can't remember who it was, and then that's when they're showing all this stuff that we were doing before it happened. And then what really though was like something stinks when they were talking about how all the gold reserve was gone. Like, oh man, I would have never believed a year ago that we are being set up as bad as I would never believe it. You know what I mean?
You know how they screwed over the military a lot is they put in these things called defense contractors, and these defense contractors basically steered the military's way. You know what I'm saying? They had a lot more to do with it just was another way into the military. You know what I'm saying? Like backdoor channel, and it seems like just with the war, it's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like they just like Agent Orange, for example, like that's gnarly. You know what I'm saying? Like that. Why would you dump that when it's like your soldiers are down there?
Well, you're talking about that Agent Orange. It's like, did you hear recently about the 300 deer that had Agent Orange?
Was that our Agent Orange? It wasn't lightning.
They found it was like 1,500 deer. I think they were dead. I can't remember what state it was in.
I was in America.
Yeah.
All right, I thought you meant the one in, I think, some part of Europe, maybe Switzerland. They apparently got struck by lightning.
Yeah, that was just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
I mean, where the hell do you dig up some of that? Some Agent Orange? I mean, come on, that's pretty obvious. You know what I mean?
Isn't that like a super controlled, like, level 3 or 4 substance? Like bio weapon?
Yeah, but we'd be so like you wouldn't believe all the operations that is going on right now. So I mean, this stuff, the level of like operations and programs that are going on, I wouldn't be surprised if that's like I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, look at how they're funding. They openly funded ISIS, and there wasn't a problem. You're gonna think that these people are gonna come to their senses? They openly funded ISIS, and they were caught, and people are just like, okay, like, don't you understand?
That drives me nuts. I mean, like, even like, this whole thing with the terror threat in Europe, right? Like, my brother works event security, and I even said to him one day, I said, right, So what's the situation you security guys are gonna do if 4G run through the door with guns? Why haven't you got any guns to shoot at them when they're coming in with AKs? First thing out of his mouth was, "Oh, you can't have guns. It's against their human rights." I was like, "Oh my," you know, like I'm talking about a theoretical situation where terrorists are coming through the door and he's worrying because
but
he can't have a gun because of their human rights. Like, I'm like, really?
Right. And
You
they
know?
believe that it's like, and this is the scary part, is when people can't get to this mindset, because when you get to this mindset, they start putting in all this stuff, which they're doing right now. And you're starting to see people, hear people say the weirdest stuff, like, why do we need guns and stuff? And it's like, what? Are you kidding me?
Oh man, like sure, we don't even have a Declaration of Independence here in Ireland or a Second Amendment. I mean, you have to go like to the ends of the earth to get a shotgun here. Don't mind a 9mm or a rifle, like. But I mean, it's so silly. I mean, the police here don't even have guns. I mean, there might be one detective in every station has a gun, but I mean, that's nothing. You know what I mean? Like, if we were overrun by any force, like, there's only 5,000 or maybe 6,000 standing army. And, like, my uncle is a former retired, like, or former military head, retired gunship pilot. And he even said it himself. He said if a war kicked off, anything big, the 5,000-6,000 soldiers in this country are not going to be a standing army. They're going to be looking after their own family. And everyone else will have to be worried about themselves.
And that's the danger, is that's another divide and conquer, because if they can they could basically quash any force against them. They could just kind of suffocate you slowly.
Oh yeah, sure. Like, it's impossible. Like, the only ones in this country running around with guns, whether concealed or otherwise, is the criminal scum element. Like, I mean, they don't play by any rule book. They don't agree with the laws. You know, they just break them all day. You know.
Well, they're walking around.
That's what I mean. The vibration. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. The waves is the Illuminati. There's just this quashing of just, that's human nature. We always like do that. So what they'll do is they fund that. That's what they fund, and people see it as two different sides, but they're just funding. You know what I'm saying? That's how they know human nature. Like, they got it down. I'm telling you. And now with AI, it's like off the chain.
Oh, that supercomputer thing, like quantum computer, like that could already be having us played, and we don't even know it.
I think it's doing moves right now. I think it's definitely tapping up codes and entering them into life somehow, because it's getting weird, and they're showing it in movies and stuff. They're showing it.
Yeah, and that's what's creeping me out with some things lately. It's like you watch a movie and you're like, did I actually really just see that? Like, then you rewind it and you're like, yeah, wow. But like this quantum computer crap, it's just scary. Like how it's very close to Skynet out of Terminator, where once this thing can think for itself and doesn't need us, well, it's going to be easy for it to overload a thermostat in a smart house or a connected house, or, you know, cause an electrical fire, you know, through some code or through whatever, you know, like, it's easy done.
But even if you don't have that, that's what they're doing.
Oh yeah.
So it doesn't really, the effect is still the same on us. So it doesn't really matter what that is, but what they're doing, you know, some people will want to have mind controlled, not to get, like, not care.
Yeah, like that dude in the Matrix wants to taste the steak and crap, yeah.
And they're totally patterning it like that. I mean, that's what it is right there. Is basically, like, people would rather live in the Matrix. They'd rather turn away and be like, no, it's this way, because it's just like it's human nature. And what they say is there's a big awakening. So at this point, it will actually go towards more people waking up and stuff like that. So they're clamping down extra hard because more people are kind of riding that wave. They're just going to ride it with it.
Yeah, and that's why they start labeling more and more anyone as domestic or homegrown lone wolf terrorism, like, because they know what's going on. They can see through it, and they're like, right, definite threat, cuffs, all sorts.
And see what that does is they're creating an enemy by doing that by default, and they're just like involved in with human nature. You know what I'm saying? They're like it's all part of like, you know what I'm saying? It's like the stuff that's going on, you're going, why are you doing this? How can I stop this? I feel like so powerless sometimes. I'm like, wait a minute. It's like being choked slowly.
Yeah, it's literally like demonic possession, like, but it's on a grander scale than just individuals. You know, and it's like,
right.
They have the planet by the short and curly, so to say.
Well, the whole thing is with the new technology and all this new stuff coming out, people are just mesmerized by it. Like, oh man, they see some new crazy app do this or something like that, and they're like, oh, that's awesome. You know what I mean?
But then
And
you
it's like,
start to see.
no, it's not awesome.
I start to see the patterning of where the Christians are going to be labeled as terrorists because they're taking a lot of truthers and a lot of stuff like this that happen to be Christian, and they're patterning that with that of first they're going to do conspiracy theorists, and then it's going to blend into religious kind of nut, then it's going to kind of blend into terrorist.
Yeah, definitely. And like the phones are literally mind control. Like I don't have one anymore and I'm happy, and like I see it every day, like even people I know, they're just stuck on the phone, like, and I'm like, what's happening? Like, you know, I mean, nowadays it's rude to interrupt someone off their phone, where a few years ago it was rude to sit on your phone if there was people there. You know, it's like things have been flipped.
Exactly, they have been flipped.
That's because everybody has a dang phone these days.
Yeah.
That's the black scrying mirror.
You know, that's the normal thing. I mean,
black mirror.
I've had a smartphone now for almost 10 years. Back then, I remember I couldn't touch one for $500. Well, now you can go out and you get something decent for $100. You know what I mean? It used to not be like that.
Yeah.
But that's part of what the government wanted. All they wanted all these little devices to track us. You know what I mean?
You know when you're on about the planes like disappearing into the tower. Well,
yeah.
I used to hear this talk when I was real young, where technology that we have now is 60 years behind what it is. Like, as in, maybe they were informed people talked about stuff back then, but like, if the Project Bluebeam is 60 years old, like all this phone technology is a lot older, but it's just being held back until they could make their move with it.
Exactly. That's how large it goes.
Yeah.
So it's really like, oh, okay, if you're against that tech, it's like good luck, because I guarantee you all the stuff that we see with rockets and stuff are just show.
Oh yeah, easy. Like, you know, I well believe they have like teleportation to other places. They might rocket boosting off the planet, you know. Like, if they're letting us know they're opening up dimensional gateways with CERN, like, why haven't they already got stargates going out of it or whatever, you know?
Right.
And,
well, and also I think sometimes, like, you know, like what I was really tripping on today is I was looking and there was these military bases that you could only get to underground or from the air, because there were just runways that basically turned into a deep underground military base that you got there. You get to these places underground, and then you know that's where you work. And then for as far as like for aircraft, that's the only time that, like, you know, pretty much all these places are run from underground.
Yeah, and like, how deep do they go? How vast are they?
They're huge, dude. I've heard some stuff about like they could get a plane going in some of these like places like that, and I'm like, wait, that's some real clearance and stuff right there.
What, like flying inside underneath this place?
Yeah, like they have that much room.
Wow, that's some serious hollow earth stuff, like.
You know what I'm saying?
Like, not just hollow earth, but like that's a serious base to be. Like, what size plane? Like a passenger liner, like Learjet?
I don't know. I don't know. It's like, wait, with that, how much space is that?
Like, how could you hollow out some part under the ground big enough and for it to sustain the roof to actually fly a plane around in that space? That's ridiculous.
But at the same time, all you'd have to do is have the wings slide in, and then it could go in the hole. And then when it's ready to take off again, then the wings come back out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I would think that's how they probably. I mean, we've never seen no planes ever do that, but it doesn't mean that they don't have something like that. I believe they do. I believe that's how they do it. So then it's just like kind of hiding a great big long bus. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. But like, how much Star Trek technology have we seen come into existence? Like that was once science fiction.
Right, so they had that technology back then, all the stuff, and that was like what their artist renditions were through their focus groups and all their little stuff that they came out, and then they patterned that with Star Trek and all that. So see what I'm saying? They have everything. Like they have everything.
What about the Klingon cloaking technology? When do you think they start showing that stuff off? Or maybe they won't show it off because it's already there. We just can't see it. Like
that's what we were talking about with the Phoenix Lights. Or I don't even want to call it the Phoenix Lights. That's the Phoenix disc that rolled by, or the triangle that rolled by. You know what I'm saying? That was cloaked up, and it was going super slow, and there's no way. See what I'm saying? They have like things that are miles long in space. Like, wait, how can you get that to? It's just like crazy, and it's not like blimps. These things are like cities.
Oh, it's like a ship, like proper space kind of ship.
It's a proper Elysium ship on the ground, though. And it's not in a ring, but it's an Elysium, like, triangle ship. Or, like, it's not even a triangle. It's like this big eye.
Wow. It's like kind of oval shaped, even, yeah? Like,
I mean, I wasn't there, but, I mean, this is what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? No, the one that's in Phoenix was actually a triangle, I believe. A huge triangle.
Yeah, so it'd be like similar to, remember the movie Stargate, the kind of spaceships and that big huge triangles, but cloaked.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what they make all them movies for, just to let us know kind of beforehand, oh, this might show up, you know, keep an eye out, like.
Well, I think they show these movies and it's their ideas that they're going to probably maybe bring to life eventually. I mean, you look at, what was it, Terminator 3?
Yeah.
With all the robotics, and there's the World War 3. You remember all that?
Yeah, the ones rolling around on the tracks with the miniguns and the ones flying in the air, the smaller versions and all.
Yeah, I kind of see that happening.
Oh, it is. Like, there's Boston Dynamics have two kind of units like that. One is basically a deer kind of gazelle, but it can carry 200 pounds or so, and you cannot kick it over. And it can climb a mountain like a mountain goat, and it can run as fast as a gazelle. But think of 200 pounds. That's a good weapon and a lot of ammo. And if you can't outrun that and you can't kick that over, that's a serious piece of hardware. Now, do you have a bigger version? It can carry 800 pounds. And, like, that's a lot more hardware, and it's a lot heavier. And, like, it might be slower, but you're not shutting it off or breaking it or knocking it over in a hurry. But, like, as soon as they start bringing that stuff proper online, so to say, and being able to use it, it'll be autonomous. It won't need orders, like, or input, so to say. It'll just be, go get the people, and then it'll probably have to restock on ammo, or probably have lasers or some crack, you know?
Yep.
Well,
that's what the drones were. They're gonna send they're gonna send out these drones, and these drones are gonna rain hell on people, and people are like, oh, it'd never be Terminators. No, doesn't need to be stupid Terminators. They're gonna have just drones do everything. That's why they're taking over shipping, trucking, everything with drones.
Yeah, and sure, like, if there's just a quantum computer running all these trucks, taxis, whatever, like, you know, someone gets, oh, he has to go. Sure, there's an autonomous 20-ton truck on that same route. Well, it'll have to go in through the wall there, and then he's gone, and we just call it a computer glitch. Easy.
That's why your best thing to do is don't ever buy a smart car or one of them cars that drives itself. Or don't. You're better off with like a 2000 or like that.
Like, I know what you mean. Like, I don't like smart anything. And like, I remember years ago, my Uncle Ray taught me, what does Jeep stand for? You know, it's like an acronym. The letters.
Yeah.
It's just enough essential parts.
Yeah.
No car these days is just enough essential parts. It has more than enough fiddly gadgets and crap, like.
Well, and the whole thing is, if you got all these cars that can drive themselves, well, guess what that means? It's real easy for them to control them.
Exactly.
It's real easy to kill you off. So, like, you know, you're a celebrity, right? And you got one of them brand
Exactly. People are thinking about what's gonna take over, and it's probably going to be machines. Literally,
Yeah.
like, what do you think the green Soylent machines that came out? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they literally
That's why
like the
they're
bus.
pushing for this AI, and they're grooming it so that it can self-replicate and it can actually grow with an intelligence instead of having, you know, a human program. It can program itself now. It's gotten to that point, you know, where you had Bill Gates saying that AI would be the demise of the human race, and then he comes back when IBM's rolling out with Watson and their stock's going up. He's saying, "Oh yeah, that's not a threat." You know, I take back what I said earlier, and you know, it's going to be a big part of everyday lives. Facebook's getting into it, Twitter's getting into it, so everybody else should just hop on in. You know, it's totally cool. But if you have a conversation,
I was just saying that I watched an interview with Elon Musk not too long ago, and it seemed like he had already taken the ride. I was watching him, and it looked like he was trying to refer to some internal hard drive or some out-of-body, you know, files. I saw him. I was just watching him talk, and it wasn't the Elon Musk that I was used to seeing in the interviews.
But you know, it's not just AI. That thing you're referring to is artificial general intelligence, where it can make itself more intelligent and then make new copies or versions of itself and recursively.
yes, that's exactly.
You know.
Yeah,
Like,
it learns.
Yeah, like, so they could make it a calculator and a dictionary to start with, and from there it just goes on and on and on, like every second learning so much more.
It's like a little baby's brain, and then it keeps getting older and older and older and older.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And like, it's not going to be good.
That's a scary thing to think about.
You
I
gotta
remember.
try to fight these machines at whatever level you can, man. You know, you go to the grocery store, don't go to that checkout line that has self-checkout. You know, little things like that. We gotta, because if we don't use their machines, they're not going to keep making them.
Well, and that's the whole thing too. You know, I didn't know Walmart had that dang face recognition in there. I would have never stepped foot in there, and I'll never step foot in a Walmart again until the day I die. Never. You'll never see me in there. You know what I mean? I know what they're about.
And that's what it's come to, is like, how do you expect, and this is what they did, they just took over all the stuff, and they shut down basically any other like Americans that weren't tied to it with the FDA, and they just shut down economy, right? And they're just pumping out, they're just basically, you're seeing it like happen, like they shut down while China and all the rest of America doesn't have these regulations, and then they give them the trade because no one can afford to do that the other way. And they see how they skew it out of bounds, and it's just to tighten up our economy, because once ours goes, the whole thing goes.
Well, this whole thing with like Russia and Syria and China and all that, from what I understand, in like 1974, we made a deal with them, and they accepted it, where they would use the dollar to buy their oil and everything with, right? And it would make our dollar, our U.S. dollar, stay rich like it did. But then Russia and China and all these other countries all started getting together and we're like, no, we're not in on this no more. We want out. So then they were going to back their own currency with the euro and start up and spend their money that way. And they had it all set up. And now we want them to go back to what they used to do. So they keep making us money. You see what I mean? So we're basically we put them in these deals and we're stealing all this money. Well, that all that money was used that we're stealing from them to fund ISIS and this and that. You know what I mean? That's why you got these countries that they want to mess us up, man. There ain't no reason that 130,000 German soldiers ready to go. I think that's going to be where we're going to go into war with them. We're going to go into war with Russia. We're going to go into war with China. And it's all because we're trying to intimidate them and go back to using the U.S. dollar. And that's what it's about. That's what this is. I don't know if you guys know much about that or not.
I've been keeping kind of an eye on that for a while, and you can kind of feel it even where they're not making these moves for nothing.
Mm-hmm. Like I understand where these other countries are coming from because we basically were ripping them off with this agreement, which I don't know why these other countries all went along with it unless, you know, there was some kind of coercion or some kind of money going back and forth or rubles or whatever, you know what I mean? I don't really know, but it's like I just kind of think that we're going to end up going to war with everybody. That's why I feel like
I think they're demonizing Israel and America right now, and then they're flooding. They're opening up the floodgates from the Middle East and these gnarly countries that have just got bombed by the United States, and then they're flooding the countries with them, the ones that were fighting in the wars and all this stuff. It's like crazy what they're doing. So they're bringing down. They basically can't do their stuff, and they're just weakening, putting into all these things. They're using the government. You see what I'm saying? And basically, the only thing that stops them is family, and like pretty much like real togetherness. You know, like knowing your neighbor, like knowing your street, your grid. You know, really having a neighborhood watch. They've taken all that away, and now they're pumping the transsexual, you know, everything. You know, it's just like it's actual warfare. This is warfare.
Yeah, and like they're wrecking the Middle East, and they're going to leave Israel surrounded, and then America is sworn to defend Israel if it's attacked, blah, blah, blah. But I mean, China and Russia are moving into the Middle East now, and like so is America, and they're going to be at loggerheads in Syria. Like it's only going to take a bullet thrown at someone, not fired at someone, and it's going to kick off big.
Well, you heard, I think it was like 4 days ago, the United States made a truce with Russia, and then we went and fired a missile right into Syria or whatever and killed like 25 people after we made a deal.
Yeah, it's total hoax, man, you know. It's like, oh yeah, we're your friends, then kicking the arse or something, you know. It's a good one.
This is a good point to make, though, real fast, if you guys don't mind. If in the future, if they wanted to, though, they could justify a unilateral, attack against America because they could say that our government had been compromised and that they were simply trying to assist in reaffirming a legitimate presidency. So they would, take out these fraudulent puppet presidents and say that they were justified in doing so because of all their war activities. You feel me?
Yeah, that's very good. Like, I could see how that could go, but, like, America's whole debt situation as well. Like, what's it, over 20 trillion now or something to China or whatever?
And we have nothing to show for it. Go ahead.
What's scary is we could do something about that. You know, when Trump says these things, people are like, well, yeah, like you're doing all this. This is intentional. You know what I'm saying? So people are obviously like what they're doing. It's obvious. Like it's not about people waking up. It's obvious what they're doing. How can you not see what the hell they're doing?
But the question is there enough trees left on the planet to actually print out 20 trillion if they could give it back?
No.
Yeah.
That's easy answer.
It's all fiat, though. It's not real. It's not a legitimate debt. You know, like how does somebody here on this planet produce resources that you can borrow from and become indebted to and then have to pay back?
It's not a reasonable debt. That is true. It's not. It's absolutely not. It's not even legal. It's not even a legal debt. We don't even owe that. What they're saying, like what they say is like we owe this. Da, 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 da. This has been a big countdown. Like, what do you mean?
And David Wilcock, I mean, I know that the guy has come off with some far out stuff, but I am thankful for the fact that he said like the big reason why they don't have disclosure because then they'd have to talk about free alternative energies, and there would be no such thing as debt if there was free alternative energies. So it's a slave planet. I hate to, you know, a lot of people call it a prison planet, but I stick to the whole crystal prism planet, like in Superman and the guys captured in those glass cells.
Yeah.
Your microphone, bro.
What's that?
Your
mic's cut out.
Yeah.
Hey James, what do you want to do, man? Because it's getting really late for me. I mean, I could leave it open.
No, it's all good, brother. We've done our chat. Why doesn't everybody just wrap up? And I thank you guys. Bernie's got to go. We got to wrap up. But I thank you guys, Maps, Calvin.
Yeah, cool. No worries, man.
Yeah. Happy to be part of your guys' group this evening. And Bernie, am I given permission to share these on my channel? These broadcasts, can I reshare them with a new title or something?
Absolutely, man. Feel free to do whatever you want with it.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't have to ask permission, man. Anytime, man.
All right. You guys have a wonderful evening yourselves.
You too, man. I really I appreciate the way you kind of rally everybody up. Every time I watch one of your videos, I feel like I've just gone to a rally and I'm like supercharged. You know, I'm like, all right, let's do this. You know, so
you're super on it, dude.
Thank you. And somebody was messaging me, and you guys got privilege of that, like right before my video cut out on the Facebook. Somebody was messaging me and saying that this whole beast bill is an exercise by the Department of Defense to track our intelligence in the hive serpent system, the hive mind. But that's not confirmed or denied yet, but that's what I got from one of my deeper inside fellas. So it just came out, and there's websites and there's information to confirm all this. You guys can get links if you want.
all right, I'd love to check that. That sounds awesome, man.
All right, guys. Laters.
All right, laters.
All right, peace out, man. Maps, you still awake? I haven't heard Maps in a while.
Yeah.
She nodded off.
Oh, she probably nodded off. All right, well, thanks for joining MN Vikings fan. Calvin, James, as always, the Research Revolution in here. We had LoneStarMedic, everybody in the chat. We also had Illusion Shatter join in for a little bit. Calvin, good night. Days of Noah,
Good night.
Good night. A friend, thanks for all that stuff you were sending me. I'm gonna look into that. Uzaru, man, my homie, guitar. I'm still going through. I want to make sure I get as many people as I can see. That's as many as it'll let me see. Who else was in the chat that I don't remember?
Maria.
Yep.
Yeah, we got Maria, Montegraph. I know I'm forgetting people. Ryan, right? Ryan. All right, guys. Well, if there's anything else y'all want to add.
No, I'm good. I think I didn't talk myself around in circles.
No, y'all brought up really interesting points. It's super late for me. I'm just like, I'm not into. So I'm gonna have to say goodnight to all you guys, and I will see you all very soon. I'll be streaming probably tomorrow from Baltimore and with guitar. Yeah, you all stay safe. Have a good night.
Yeah, cool. Talk to you again.
All right.
See you later.
And away we go.
Okay, see you guys. All right, no, really, see you.